Okay. Oh, got lots of things to open up this stream with. Got lots of stuff to yap about. For starters, if you guys haven't gone ahead, I've uploaded an hour-and-a-half long YouTube video today. If you guys could please do me a favor, like that video, leave a comment, and watch that long bad boy if you can. Would greatly appreciate that. So now I got something to plug at the end of my or at the description of my streams, which is pretty cool. Oh, I gotta also show you. Oh, I advanced. Shit. Are my stats gone too? Okay, my stats aren't gone, thankfully. I advanced past the thing so you guys can't see my team schedule. That was a massive mistake. So, got some fun stuff to yap about. If you guys have not, go into the Discord section and go vote on the poll. I am letting you guys vote, as always, for the next project we're doing after Coastal Carolina comes to a very screeching halt. Currently, the winner of the pack, well, my throat's really caving out. Currently, the winner of the pack is another 30-year rebuild. You guys would like to see me crank out one of them to probably another bad school. However, in second place is my first ever Road to Glory that has 12 votes. Third place is the Coach Mode rebuild. And in fourth place, it's a regular gameplay dynasty like we did with Tulane last year. So, if you guys have not voted, you need to go in Discord and vote. There are 5 days left in this poll. More than likely, by then, we will be done with the Coastal Carolina rebuild. So, you guys have had about a week to go vote. If you guys have not, go ahead and go vote. Hey, William, how we doing? How we doing? Appreciate y'all. Got 10 people in the stream. Hell yeah, I got 5 likes already. Appreciate y'all. So, unfortunately, you guys cannot see, you can't see my schedule because I've advanced to the off-season recruiting, which was a fuck up on my behalf. Do apologize. As you guys can see, I got like 35 first-round picks. Actually, how many first-round picks do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I have 15 first-round picks. Not bad. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, what is that? What's 7 plus 15? 20, 23? See, I have 23 players get drafted on my from my previous team. I don't know if I'll need this for a YouTube video later on, so I'm going to go ahead and scroll through one more time and then record that. As you guys can see, they have like unspent tokens. So I probably could have got more people drafted, but unspent tokens. But yeah, we had a crazy year. We went 15-1. Beastly, did you lose the national championship game? No. Also, my chat is... What is going on? I'm getting the dings, and I'm not getting nothing in my chat. Dude, what the hell? Okay, yeah, my YouTube, my YouTube's broke. That's great. I was wondering, I'm like, where's chat at? I don't see you guys on screen at all. But I hear the dings. Oh, it's always something, man. It's always something. Okay, so I think it should be fixed now. Hopefully. If not, I'll have to, every few minutes refresh the stream to try and fix it myself because YouTube is having a stroke. But yeah, shout out William, first member of the fam in chat. Appreciate you, big dog. Shout out Professor. Shout out James. Shout out Top. How we doing? How we doing? Yeah, Professor, the game is ass. So you're honestly, you're probably better off not buying any version and just waiting for updates. So coach mode looks okay, James. Yeah, we'll see if you guys enjoy the coach mode or not. But it's there on the poll if you guys want to vote. Dude, the chat is gonna actually have me paranoid now. I would just miss chats because YouTube's not loading them on my end. Oh yeah, Professor. I agree with Top 100%. They're gonna have microtransactions in every game moving forward. The only reason they're backtracking now is because it was sprung very late and had bad PR. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given a shit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given a singular shit. Eight likes in the VOD. Appreciate y'all. Carver, did you ever win it all? Sorry, vacation was so busy, couldn't get caught up. Hey, no worries, Carver. I was literally like just thinking about where have you been the last couple streams. Yeah, we've won. I'll show you my coach stats momentarily, Carver. But yeah, we've won a few. We won a few. Yeah, James, I have a sneaky feeling that if EA doesn't read the room properly, that this company is going to fall apart so fast. Oh, there's the ding again. I heard the ding. My chat's not updating. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is wrong with YouTube, but like my stream chat's just not updating. I'll get the ding for you guys that someone typed or said something and then just nothing happens. Chat, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream and reload stream and see if that fixes the problem because I don't want to have to sit here and manually refresh my tab every single time I think one of you guys said something because it's not auto updating the feed. So I'm gonna read chat real quick, get caught up, and then see you guys in a moment. Lost my first online user game today. Just got jumped on early 20 zip and mentally checked out for the rest of the game. I feel that, William. I feel that. We need a custom-made Madden that actually works. True. With mods, especially. With mods, especially. Yeah, you guys, I'm gonna be a demon at this game, considering I already like to run the ball a lot, and running the ball in this game is incredibly overpowered. I'll talk about that momentarily. It looks like chat's actually working now, so I'm not gonna restart the stream. I'm gonna let this go on for a few more minutes, and if we have no more problems, then I'll keep it going. But if chat starts to freeze again, I'm gonna have to, reload the stream or do something. But currently, I've gotten the last couple messages on screen, so it looks like it's working again, but... C Format, hey man, I'm new. Do you have the best coach build? You're not really gonna... So, okay, there it goes. Just updated again. So yeah, I think we're probably good. But for some reason, if I don't respond to chat, let's say I go like 5 minutes without reading a single chat, someone DM me on Discord and I'll reload the page. But it looks like YouTube's good now. It looks like you guys are typing and then it's actually giving it to me, so which is I can actually read that now, which is nice. But Foreman, I don't have the best coach build in the game done yet, and I will not have that video done probably until Thursday It'd be Thursday or Friday. Due to the coach XP bullshit, in order for me to test a coach build, I need about 30 seasons to work with. I mean, as you guys can see, we're in 2044, so we're almost 20 years deep into this dynasty, and I'm level 20. Not 20. I'm level 71. So, in order for me to properly test what does and doesn't work and what is or isn't good, again, takes about 30 years of simming. So, I don't get a lot of wiggle room to test the coach build, and unlike the run-of-the-mill content creators who make content for this game, I am not going to just shovel shit down the pipe and have you guys eat it. That's not how that's going to work. When I eventually do hammer out what is the actual best coach build in the game, what are the best perks, and all that fun stuff, you guys will eventually get that in a video in probably episode 1 or episode 2 in the How To Dynasty series. So eventually I will have that out, but currently I just can't do that because either I'm going to make a video where I'm guessing is the best coach build, which defeats the entire purpose of it being the actual best coach build because I'm guessing, or I'm going to keep going and to do 30-year sims and then test it for a year and then decide, oh, this sucks, and then move on with my life. So more than likely Thursday, when they add the fastest XP setting to the game, I will then be able to, instead of having to force sim 30 years straight, I'll be able to probably force sim between 15 to 20 years straight, which may not sound like a massive difference, but trust me, when you're testing things, it makes a massive difference. But for our current coach build, which I don't know if it is or isn't the best coach build, it's the same one we had last year. So I can already tell you I have some regrets with the perks I purchased. And because of that, I have experience, which they will not be in the best coach build. So there you go. Okay, now it looks like the YouTube feed's actually like going crazy like that. That's good. Yeah, William, running the ball in this year's game is going to be incredibly important. They've tuned the run game way too high. It's going to probably get nerfed here soon. Reply, little complaint also is why can I not rotate the players when selecting uniforms? It's a little thing. I actually feel that. I feel that, Top. You want to like see what they look like from the front and the back? I totally get that. Yeah, William, mid-blitz / 6-man packages are always going to be, I mean, it was the go-to cheese last year. I say cheese, but it's the meta, right? The least amount of effort for the most amount of reward. Man blitz. But we'll eventually get those coaching videos done. And be giving you guys some tips and tricks on that half like we did last year. I don't like shit. Exactly, Professor. I like to assume my content's top tier content because I don't just shovel it down the pipe, but some of you guys are too addicted to that AI slop that you guys can't differentiate between fact and fiction. But it'd be that way. You have a funny name. Nar is what I shall call you. Nar. I think 425 zone pressure is the best sim defense. I haven't tried that specific one yet, but I will tell you, all of the 425 so far have outperformed literally every other defense by a zillion to 1. The multiple 4-3 and the multiple defense seems just trash. Regardless of what you're playing, you're going to give up 30 to 40 points per game. Then I would say, so that's like the worst defenses, the 4-3 defenses / the multiple defenses. I would say the second worst defense I have used so far is probably the 3-2-6. 3-2-6 is so bad. I forget the season I simmed it, but I was giving up like 300 rushing yards a game in the 3-2-6, which makes sense because it was bad last year, so it's still bad this year. And then I haven't tested any 3-4 defense yet. Probably won't, just because 3-4 is just annoying to build and to have properly sim. So I'll probably skip those defenses entirely. And then the second best defense I've used probably so far is 3-3-5. Now, I've not used the regular one. I've only used 335 tight, but it did put up decent numbers. Did a lot better than the 326 and the 4-3 multiple, but it was nowhere close to the 4-2 defenses, 4-2-5s. 4-2-5 zone, 4-2-5 man, 4-2-5 man pressure, and from what you just said, 4-2-5 zone pressure. It seems like whatever 4-2-5 you call is just barred away better than everything else. I've called it with bums on defense. I've called it with, 95 plus overalls on defense, and you're just shitting out stats. So which 4-2-5 is the best? I still gotta, hammer that down. This next season, I'll probably run 4-2-5 zone pressure just to try it out, but I can confirm that the 4-2-5 defense for simulation's the best defense. Now, which 4-2-5? We'll see. Top, they technically don't have to nerf it because they've nerfed the base game XP. So what's going to probably happen is the fast or faster, I forget which one they announced on Twitter that they're putting back in the game. But the setting they're putting into the game this year will make it equal to the base XP of last year. So it'll be significantly faster on this game, but it will still be significantly slower to the previous game, which is the problem. Jay, bro forced win his self. English, very good, man. Professor, I have seen the drama with Ryan Moody and Ben Kirk. I've not followed it super closely, so I might be getting, the details of the situation slightly muffled. But from my understanding of the Kirk Benkirk versus the Ryan Moody situation is Kirk Benkirk was one of the very few human beings that was defending EA during the whole play don't pay hashtag, where Kirk Benkirk was more or less calling people poor and you guys can't afford $100 to buy a level 100 coach. What's wrong with you? And it's like, well, that's just ridiculous. And Ryan Moody was, more or less calling him an EA shill, which is what he was and or is being. And that's pretty much to the extent of what I know, is that Kirk Benkirk looks really bad defending EA and their atrocious, aggressive microtransactions. And, that's kind of what a lot of content creators do. Is actually the Kirk Benkirk situation is the exact reason why I just don't ever have any sponsors on my channel. I've had a few opportunities for sponsorships, but I don't like the products, so I'm not going to promote the shit I don't like. Kirk Benkirk really doesn't care about his opinions or anything. He just cares about promoting the subplot that EA funds him. So that's all he really cares and will do. Extra funny considering the fact that, like, the dude's entire brand is, I'm a former professional quarterback, and what were his career stats? Like 1 or 2 starts? Actually, before I slander Kirk Benkirk the GOAT, what was his stats? I know he was a backup for the Falcons and he was a backup for the Packers. So Kirk Benkirk played, I say played. That's college. Where's the NFL stats? Oh, I'm saying Ben Kurt. It's a T, not a K. Oh, I've been saying his name wrong. Shit. There's no way this is accurate. Did he play literally 1 game? Dude, I have better rushing stats as a fat ass who sits on the couch than Ben Kurt has. That's so funny. So per ESPN, he's played in 1 singular game. He had 0 passing attempts with 0 completions for 0 stats. Had 2 rushing attempts for -1 yard. Now, mind you, this is NFL, not college. So when you're sacked, you don't lose yards on rushing attempts. So I have a better rushing record than he does. And I'm morbidly obese and sit on my couch for a living. So that's crazy. That's funny, though. Also, the other funny thing about Ryan Moody is that the dude has been hating on EA for like 15 years. And when I first got into his content, I was like, this guy makes a lot of good points. Yeah. But then, like, the dude hates EA so much that even when EA does something good, the guy's like, it's still bad. I'm like, no, let's not do that. There's a big difference between being critical of EA and just blindly hating on everything they do. It's a pretty big difference. William, I will admit I have been loving triple option in my offline dynasty so far. Well, that's because the running. There's a massive running buff they had this year, so I'm sure the option's pretty good. When hiring a DC, am I dumb or does it not show their scheme? I believe it shows their pipeline this year instead of their scheme top. But then after they're on your team, you see their scheme. Next time I go for a coordinator, I'll go look, though. Hey, Syracuse, how you doing? How you doing? English? Yeah, exactly, Professor. Hey, Grind, how we doing? How we doing? He's an actual slime ball. Yeah, I agree, Professor. He took a knee. Yeah, I know. That's how you lose a couple yards on 2 carries. Still funnier though that I have a positive rushing total than he is because 0 is technically bigger than -1. So that's some fun math for you. Yeah, Professor, I got that natural Jerome Bettis build. You're not gonna lie. That's the shit why it always makes me laugh. Where I know this question's been asked on the Kelsey Brothers podcast a few times, but there's this notion that an average American can't get 1 yard with running the football. And I'm like, yes, you can. Now, are you going to get like a lot? No. If you have like a professional offense and a professional defense and they grab some average Joe to like rush for a yard, you can get a yard. Jalen Hurts should have shown everybody that anyone can get a yard. Just do a tush push 4 times. You'll get a yard, but that's a different rant for a different time. Hey, Mark, how you doing? How you doing? Especially considering that I'm 6'5". So even if I were to literally do nothing but reach forward, roughly half my body length's the first down. So my fat ass wouldn't even have to move to get the first down. I could just stretch myself like Matt Stafford did. Now, would I probably fumble? Probably, but the fact I can get a yard without possibly moving my feet is kind of funny. But because I advanced past the point in which you guys can't see it, unfortunately, we did end up winning the national championship. We went on a 15-game winning streak towards the end. But Beastly, we see that you have a loss. Who'd you lose to? I actually lost to Deion Sanders. I'm not trolling. I wish I had, again, backed up just 1 more week to show you guys. I don't think this is the clip. There's a fun little screenshot. But yeah, you guys can't see it, sadly, because I went too far. But yeah, we actually lost our opening game versus Deion Sanders. I was super annoyed. We lost by like 20 points. I was like, oh, I guess the Washington playbook's not very good if we're going to lose our opening game. Because I kind of made it like a joke last stream. Like, I'm going to schedule Deion Sanders and beat the hell out of him. And then I lost, which is funny. And then we would proceed to win the next 15 straight games. And I was like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. And they weren't like very close. I'll show you the stats momentarily, but I actually think the Washington playbook might be the Ohio State playbook of last year. And I'll cover that momentarily. So if you guys remember what made the Ohio State playbook in CFB 26 so fucking good was that it was an extremely balanced playbook. You really didn't have like that many, like obviously you always had one receiver who put up dumb numbers, but generally speaking, wide receiver like 2 and 3 and your tight end was never that far behind. Or with your running backs, you always had one running back get like 1,500 yards and then like a bunch of touchdowns. And then here, or then your backup would have, you know, about as much too. And my chat just fucking froze again. Okay. Yeah, I really don't understand what's going on. I don't want to get like 3 hours into the stream with my broken chat, but it's really pissing me off that like I'm hearing the ding of you guys typing or putting something in chat, but then my feed's not updating. I manually refresh the page, which then will fix the problem, but I don't want to sit there and, you know, refresh my page a few hundred times during the course of a 7-hour stream. Tim, thank you very much for the long form video. The manual progression being exactly the same was really important to me. And I didn't see any info on it. Much appreciated. Yes, sir. Yeah, that was the straw that broke my back, was the manual progression change. That was what made me make the video. Was I was just, there's so many things wrong with this fucking game. And to take that away from us, a very simple change, sad. Very sad. Top, YouTube's having a hell of a day today. I didn't really realize YouTube was having problems. If I knew YouTube was having problems, I probably wouldn't have streamed. High key, not gonna lie. But yeah, I want to just keep my tabs on it. If you guys go quiet and I don't see anything in chat for a few minutes, I'll know that chat done broke. But yeah, back to the yapping. So this was the Washington playbook. I did this with probably the best QB I've ever had. Can I show you his? Ooh, I can show you his stats. Okay, perfect. He's not here anymore. He's been a first-round pick. But as you guys can see, Steve, Thibodeau. I think it's Thibodeau. So he's, anyways, Steve over here from Minecraft has just immaculate stats. 99 throw power, 94 awareness, 99, you know, pretty much everything. Dude even has some abilities sprinkled in there. This dude was an absolute unit. And he threw for a little over 5,000 yards, 48 TDs, 4 picks. Would have liked to have seen that number be a little higher, considering we did go to the national championship and kind of blow through everybody. But there we go. For the rushing department. Okay, now chat's updating. I'm getting all your chats right now as I speak, but the ding's gone. That's great. I guess I'd rather see your chat and have no ding than to have the ding and see no chat. Top, the podcast I was watching this morning was having troubles. Oh, that makes sense. M. Powie, how far from buyable is this game? If you play the whole game, Powie, it's probably like a 6. But if you just play Dynasty and you ignore Ultimate Team and you ignore Regs, you just play, like if you just play Dynasty versus the computer, I wouldn't buy this game. Like if you play with other people, then the people will make it more fun. But if you play this game by yourself, doing random rebuilds and random challenge runs like you guys see me do on my streams all the time, I would stay away from this game. I would wait till it's 30, 40, 80% off, because objectively, Dynasty as a whole got worse than last year. So until they fix these problems, I would never recommend to ever buy this game. Ever. I'd be, you know, willingly getting people to waste their money, because the gameplay that everyone keeps hammering home about, the gameplay is so good, the gameplay is so good, the gameplay is so good. I disagree. I actually think the gameplay got worse in this game than last year. So if you guys don't know, I guess this is like a perfect thing because Carver just came back from his little family vacation. But the speed boost glitch is back. So there's the speed boosting exploit / glitch was a very big problem last year. Your players would go over 99 speed on offense, and defense couldn't really tackle them. It was very frustrating, very annoying, and people did or didn't do it on purpose. Last year was a very fun glitch. That's back in the game this year. But what's shittier is last year anybody could speed boost. Doesn't matter your stats. Didn't matter what, spot you play. Didn't matter your abilities. You could speed boost. This year, only certain archetypes and only certain abilities and only certain stats can speed boost. So automatically, the fact that the glitch is still in the game, but now it's much worse because if you don't have those specific OP players, you're fucked. So at least last year, speed boosting was kind of fair because I could do it, you could do it. You could do it for your tight end. I could do it for my kicker. You could do it for your fullback. I could do it for my quarterback. Now you can only do it with a few people. I'm not going to go any further in how to do it and whatnot, but it's still in the game. And what's stupid is if you have a certain ability, you can revert the game to what it was last year. So you could super speed boost people. It's very stupid. So gameplay, which is this game's saving grace, I don't even think is that much better than last year. I think the fact that they made the speed boosting glitch more rare to do, but still more overpowered. There's an exploit with double mug that I will be probably having to ban double mug from our online league if the game doesn't fix it. I believe currently the 325/ the 3-person D-line exploit is also still in the game. So in terms of the gameplay, I feel like the gameplay really didn't improve that much unless you're playing the computer. I think if you're just playing the computer, the gameplay improved dramatically, but if you're playing against another person, I would argue the gameplay got worse. So that's just, again, the CPU now will call cool stunts. The CPU will learn your habits. There's a lot of cool adaptive tools the CPU has to make them actually feel more human-like. But I would assume most people don't buy the game to play the computer. They buy the game to play people. So just keep that in mind. When you play people, if they know what they're doing, I would argue this year is worse than last year. So that's why we're getting the day one patch or the first title update Thursdays, because there's so much wrong with this fucking game. But let me go ahead back and read chats because it's actually working now, which I appreciate. Professor Thibodeau. Okay, Thibodeau. I knew the ending was like Bordeaux, so it'd be O, and then the TH. Sometimes it's like silent with like the weird spelling. NCAA football, UDAT, homie, bro, we love your content. I can't say that word, otherwise I'll get canceled, but hey, I appreciate that. NCAA football. I try to speak like the people, be like the people, because at the end of the day, I'm just some random guy that screams in front of a microphone. There's nothing special about me. So I just try to give my thoughts and opinions that you guys generally also resonate with, to have like an actual environment where it's not like I'm someone above you guys. I'm really not. Family health? Hell yeah, house. Professor, my boy Miko, he's been grinding Pal World like crazy since the game came out, and he said the same thing last night to me. He bought the game the day it dropped, and he's just been playing Pal World. I'm like, don't get off Pal World. You'll be disappointed when you play CFB 27. Just don't do it. Play Pal World. That game is 10 times better than this game. Just have fun playing a good game before you play this shit, and you're gonna get mad. Powie, thank you. Hopefully it will be better by fall. Literally play just Dynasty and some Road to Glory as well as me versus my boys sometimes. Yeah, if you have like a big league, Powie, like you're talking 12 to 18 people, you'll be fine. But if you're playing in a league filled with like maybe 3 to 4 people, it's just mostly a CPU league, so you'll just, yeah. I would wait, Powie, until either this game goes on sale, which sounds like it might be having its first sale very soon, or until we get like several updates to fix these issues. Otherwise, I wouldn't recommend touching the game with a 10-foot pole. Ken, the archetype system needs a full rework. Well, that's the funny thing, Ken. They kind of just did. The reason why the overalls in this game are so fucked is because they kind of reworked the archetypes this year, which is sad because it's even worse than last year. So, like, do I have that left tackle still? Which save file is this? He's gone. No, he's not. So I could just show you this guy as an easy example. This dude right here on your screen is an 87 overall pass protecting left tackle with 99 awareness, 99 impact block, and mid-90s for pass blocking. If this was CFB 26, this dude would have been like a 95, 94 overall. But because they've reworked it in CFB 27, this dude's barely touching the 80s. So ironically enough, Ken, they did change the archetypes. They did change how players progress, and they did change how stats interact with each other now. But the problem is that, again, they made it worse. So EA Sports was mad that, you know, people like me understood their game better than they did, and I would just have 99 overall teams with players, you know, stats galore, because I knew what I was doing, and they were like, fuck you. So now to achieve an actual 99 overall player, you need pretty much several stats maxed out, which, again, for another reference, this quarterback over here, Steve Thibodeau, as you guys can see, has 0 caps in accuracy. He has 0 caps. He has 0 caps in throw power. 0. He has 1 singular cap in IQ. He has mid 80s for elusiveness and mid and low 80s for speed. This dude's not a 99 overall quarterback. Yeah, so this is what I mean by they did technically rework the archetypes. If this was CFB 26, this guy would be like 1,000 overall. Right? I have all of his important stats maxed out, and I even have his not important stats halfway filled out. And this guy isn't a 99 overall. So, it's like, to me, I think how EA calculated overall last year was fine. I just think the stats didn't reflect it. Now it's the opposite, where now the stats don't reflect the overall. This quarterback's insane, and he's only a 97. Like, what are we doing? Like, actually, what the fuck are we doing? If this guy is not a 99 overall quarterback, I will never have one. He's 2 maxed out stats, and basically 3. He's 3 maxed out stats, and, you know, these other 3 stats are halfway filled. What the fuck are we doing? And then, by the way, he's a junior, right? I can't even keep him till his senior year because he's going to be going pro early, so just fun. Lots of fun. Carver, yeah, I saw something about it back, but you have to have a lot of to make it work. Love the run game, but I've only gotten 3 games in, but nobody is stopping me with Oregon's playbook. Yes, so I guess very briefly, I can cover the running game stuff. So you know how I told you guys EA in last year's game that weight and height matters? Like, you don't want to put, like, example, what Call Me Jaden would do is he would find really fast linebackers and just throw them to play defensive ends, and I would, you know, be like, don't just do that. If the guy has the right height and the right weight, you can do that, but just don't throw any linebacker to play DN. It won't work. EA changed the height and weight formula for this game to make it matter even more than it already mattered. And the reason why the run game is so overpowered is you're having undersized linebackers and corners and safeties, and also undersized linemen too. Basically, if you're an undersized player at any spot on the field, you can just be pancake now. I have seen guards, tackles, tight ends. I've seen people literally pancake entire teams. You'll just snap the ball and like 5 people get put on their ass. Now, is it funny? Yes. Does it look cool when it happens? Yes. Is it practical? No. Oregon, as you mentioned, Carver, was one of those teams where you could do some really stupid. There's a stretch or a toss. I forget what the formation is, but it's called like the Hulk or I form Hulk or something, where you have like 3 fullbacks. That formation is so cheesy because if you don't know what you're doing, you can just snap the ball, get like 3-4 pancakes, and then touchdown. So that's why the run game is so good, is like half the defense is just getting put on their ass when you snap the ball. And I do feel like that will get eventually touched. I think EA is going to bring that down because it's kind of unacceptable to give up that many rushing yards for free where more or less nothing's happening. But I agree, Professor. Nah, I should have a pass, though, but that's not how the internet works, Professor. I'm white, so therefore I'll get, in trouble no matter what angle I choose. Tim, it seems like they tried to make the game harder, but actually just made it less enjoyable. Yeah, that's pretty much like by the end of my 2-hour rant today, but the video I posted today, Timothy, that's kind of what it was, is that EA just removed the enjoyable parts of the game. They removed the soul of the game and replaced it with microtransactions and tedious bullshit. Which sucks. Which sucks. The higher-ups have something, Professor, but unfortunately I can't say it on YouTube, otherwise I'll get, smited down. But back to us covering the stats really quick. I've been having the stats on screen for like 30 minutes. So this was the stats we put up winning most of our games with the Washington playbook, and as you guys will notice, a lot of these stats are very, 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 very similar to the stats of the Ohio State playbook last year. My quarterback threw for about 5,000 yards, 48 TDs, 4 picks. My RB1 had 14, or I'll round down, 1,300 yards, 12 touchdowns, and my backup running back had 805 yards and 16 touchdowns. My third string running back even was averaging a couple carries, a couple yards, and a couple touchdowns, along with my wide receivers. You guys can see, right? I have probably like, what, 5, 6, not even, no, I might have more than that. I have like 600 rushing attempts. I forget what I have, but you guys can see the rushing attempts on your screen. 238, actually, where's my phone? I'll whip the calculator out right now. Yeah, as a whole team, we had 579 carries. So that's kind of what I think makes this playbook very good, but also very bad. We'll cover my goods and bads of this playbook towards the end. But this playbook, you run the ball a lot. And then if you look at the receiving yards, I had a receiver crack out 15, round down, 1,400 yards, 16 touchdowns. My wide receiver 2 had 1,300 yards, 11 touchdowns. My wide receiver 3 cracked 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns. My tight end had 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. And my running backs and other guys had a little bit of carry, but that's pretty much the offense. As you guys can see, though, like proportionally, we had almost 600 rushing attempts. How many passing attempts, or more like receptions? We'll do receptions. How many receptions did we have this year? 99 plus 87 plus 65 plus 53 plus 34 plus 17 plus 21 plus 2. So yeah, we almost had twice as many rushing attempts as we had passing attempts, just to keep that in mind. This playbook's a very, very, very run-heavy playbook, but this playbook's also a very big spread playbook. So, on to the defense. I have one edge rusher that cracked out almost 20 sacks. My other edge had 13. I had a D-tackle with 12. 3 guys hit double digits, and one, I'll round up, he's 9.5. I had 4 D linemen crank out double-digit sacks, which is pretty cool. Interceptions kind of spread out everywhere, right? Several guys with 1, a couple guys with 2, but overall just a very balanced defense, which is kind of what was going on, is that we were just slaughtering people in Sim, and we were beating them so aggressively that we would just run the ball to get the game over with, sadly. So, yeah, that's kind of everything that happened right there. We did not win Heisman. I can show you guys that. I believe we got Heisman cucked by, I think it was, actually, was it Boise? We lost our Heisman streak, that's for sure. Where was it? Oh, it was Washington, yeah. So the playbook we were using beat us in the Heisman because I guess now I can go ahead and cover the pros and cons of the Washington playbook. The Washington playbook is a very run first, a run heavy playbook. However, it does require a mobile quarterback. So my quarterback had, I think, 100-ish rushing yards. I want to say like 100 to like 120 rushing yards. The Washington QB, which I did, steal my playbook from, was Washington. The Washington playbook, or the Washington QB, had like 800 or 900 rushing. I guess I can just show you rather than tell you. But the Washington QB, take a shot every single time I say the word Washington, but the Huskies quarterback had so many more rushing yards than me, right? Like, in terms of touchdowns and yards, mine had more yards, more touchdowns, more interceptions. But the main difference was, oh, actually, I lied. He had 500 rushing yards, not 800, with 8 touchdowns. So this playbook, I'm going to keep using it to obviously get more of a sample size than just using it for 2 years. But I do think the Boise playbook is significantly better with a pocket passing QB. And it looks like the Washington playbook significantly better with a mobile quarterback. So that might be the 2 playbook system this year. Is if you got a statue back there, you use Boise. And if you have an athletic QB back there, you run Washington. But we'll see if that can maintain, again, for more than one single sample size. Because you really can't judge too much off of a single occurrence. So hey, King Jr., how you doing? What's your thoughts on the new game? Watch my 2-hour-long video, but to summarize that video with giving you zero in-depth analysis, this game sucks. This game sucks. Wait till it goes on sale to buy it, or wait until they update it several times, because you're not gonna have a fun time. Or maybe you will have a fun time, and I'm just a hater, as I was reminded a lot today. There were several of you guys in my YouTube video comments, like, obviously agreeing with me. But there were some funny people in the comments of my video being like, you're just bad at the game. I'm like, okay, buddy. Sure, you got me. You got me, man. My Achilles heel. I got skill issued in the game where I mostly play the fucking computer every day. Whatever shall I do? It's actually nuts, though. Actually insane. The amount of people that just resort to skill issue. I'm probably better than, like, fucking 90% of people that leave that comment. But yeah, the game's a mess. And if I were you, I would wait till it's on sale or get several updates down the drain. That way, ooh, I can show you. Guys, I finally hit a fucking 5-star program. Finally. It took long enough. Took me like 20 years and 9 national championships, but we're finally a 5-star program. So that's cool. Took a way hell of a long time because these 2 grades are fucking terrible, but we're finally a 5-star, guys. It took a long time, but here we are. And I will show you guys our recruiting haul in a moment, because I was able to absolutely cheese the fuck out the AI with my 5-star privilege. It's very disgusting. Now, I could have put more cash to get these 5 stars, but we're fine. We are fine. I have a pipeline. They don't have a pipeline. There's no way they catch me. There's no way they catch me. I'm not going too hard anymore in the portal. Because if you guys didn't watch my video, or you guys just don't know, this game currently has the same bug that CFB 25 had, where the guys you get out the portal don't get tokens, so I don't really go hard anymore in the portal. 1, because I just don't like the portal, but 2, there's no purpose in going hard in the portal when no one's going to get token. So what's the point of getting an 85 overall elite dev left guard when he's going to get 3 tokens coming onto my team? What's the point? So and then he'll go pro because he's an 85. So I won't get to use him. Or if he does, start for my team, he'll be like the worst starter available, and then he'll leave early. And just like that, he gained no tokens, was like a 7th round draft pick, and just fucked me. So let's just not use the portal because there's no point. But you guys can see the how much. Actually, before I show you guys, this recruiting class cost me $1,000. Just so you guys can see, this recruiting class cost me $1,000. I got 3 5-stars and 12 4-stars for $1,000. Let's go see what our dev traits are, shall we? Was it worth it, yay or nay? This left guard I got, elite dev, awesome. This linebacker I got is elite dev, awesome. This guy I signed is edge rusher, elite dev. Well, there's 3 elite devs already, so I think that's pretty efficient for my money. This tight end / receiver hybrid is a star dev, awesome. This other receiver is also elite dev, love that. That's my 4th or 5th elite dev. Star dev for the D tackle, oh no. Elite dev for this D tackle. Okay, that's pretty cool. Elite dev for this D tackle. Oh, that's pretty cool. Impact dev, finally our first swing and a miss, finally, is an impact dev guard, followed by a star dev guard and impact dev safety. There's 2 misses right there. An elite dev safety, awesome. An elite dev safety, which is awesome. Star dev safety and impact dev quarterback. So this quarterback was not my first priority. He was a fill-in guy because my other guy got poached by Ohio State, but yeah, I signed 15 players for $1,000 or for 1,000 NIL, whatever you want to call it. And I got 3 impact devs, like 7 or 8 elite devs, and the rest were star devs. So you guys tell me if that class I just signed was worth $1,000. I think it was worth $1,000. But what do I know? Maybe, LSU and Miami and all these programs are just ludicrously, like, dude, fucking Bama just signed, I know they signed 8 5-stars, but dude, they just blew 4,000 NIL on one class. That's not even that much better than mine. This game's funny. Yeah, Carver, I agree with you. Which again, if you guys were here in the streams literally like a month or 2 ago, when I was grinding the off season with you guys, I literally told you that they're gonna turn dynasty mode into franchise mode, where the franchise mode is so unplayable because everything is so fucking tedious, everything is so fucking slow. It's so irritating that to go through an entire season in franchise, even if you're simming the games, takes like 2 hours. Because you got to scout your players for the draft. It's so much tedious practice mode. Everything's so slow. And sure enough, in the typical EA fashion, rather than keeping dynasty, and franchise, they're just trying to homogenize the two. And so now dynasty has a lot of these slow and tedious features, which nobody wanted. But we have them, so cool. I keep hearing that, and you have to listen if everyone is saying it. I guess so, King. I guess so. Tim, skill issue in a PvE mode with objectively things that don't work. I know, right, Tim? Skill issue, man. What can I say? I'm just bad. Carver, I loved using George. I spent like 4K for a recruiting class now, and could I maintain it within a winning season? I don't know. Only got 2 years in. I can assure you, Carver, if you spend 4K on a class every year, you will not have very many classes by the end. I can assure you. That's 4K is a lot. That's a shitload of money for a class. Yeah, wear and tear is a massive problem, Carver. I agree. Wear and tear is a massive problem, and it's so funny because EA Sports knew that wear and tear was a problem, and they knew players would just turn off wear and tear. And so EA was like, okay, fine. If you want to just turn off wear and tear, then you're going to get less XP. So that's what's going on. It's not just Road to Glory. It's affecting Dynasty as well. You get less XP for simming. You get less XP when you fuck with the wear and tear stuff. I was wondering why I was getting less tokens than I was supposed to be in comparison to my Florida Gator save file. And that's because on this save file, I have my wear and tear turned off. So EA knew wear and tear was going to be a bitch. And the fact that they preemptively put in barriers in place to where when you would turn that off, you would get fucked is just so EA. It's so EA of them. Yeah, sir, I don't want to get cucked no more. It's like, well, too damn bad. That's not actually, I'll show you when we get done with the offseason, King. That's not actually that, you know, hyperbolic. There's a lot of teams that regress pretty badly in this game. They mostly regress because of money. They don't have the money to keep their roster to go, you know, going and whatnot. So they do regress heavily. Like Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, these like perennial 95 plus overall teams regress to like a 90 if you don't restrict their, you know, the transfer portal. Those like mid-caliber teams like Florida, what else? You know, the Florida, the Iowas, those type of teams, Indiana, those guys regress to like an 80, 85. They can't hold a roster. And then all the like the quote unquote bad teams, like the Georgia Southerns and whatnot, they're like 58s. The lowest overall I've ever seen for a non-FCS school was a 51. And that was on my previous stream. I want to say it was a 51 overall James Madison. I forget what team it was, but they were a 51. And the FCS schools are like 49, 50. So they were almost as bad as a fucking FCS school, which is disgusting. You know what? His best fit's a tight end. Let's go ahead and just slap him there. Why not? Why not? Carver, my Gators are still a 4-star program, so unfortunately they'll be banned for the entire online dynasty, sadly. Yeah, Florida is still a 4-star, so they will be permabanned for the entire online dynasty, which just sucks. But it'd be that way sometimes. Well, Top, you're correct. I'll go check Carver real quick. Maybe they updated it since I've last clicked Florida, but I'm pretty sure Florida's a 4. Top, it's ironically enough not. I mean, yes, to save money, right? Like saving money is obviously what EA is trying to do, considering they're $20 billion in the hole.
Welcome back to Dynasty Mode. I'm Reese Davis, and it's time to kick off.
But it's not because of that. Top, the reason why they're making this game more like Madden is because more people play Madden than oh, they did change it.
The school's demeanor will impact how they
shit.
If you miss certain expectations.
They did change it.
Schools will give you a longer leash.
Florida lost half a star. They're a 3.5 now.
These factors
wow.
all feed into your dynasty blueprint by influencing your dynasty point budget. A bigger budget.
Now, obviously,
hire more staff, upgrade your
most of this means absolutely nothing because it depends on what person gets put in charge of the school. But, like, objectively, of all the 3-star programs, like, Florida's insane. Florida State's insane. Stanford's insane for different reasons. TCU's insane because I get a Tier 5 East Texas. There's some really stupid good teams in here. Auburn's insane, so there's definitely some, like, jackpots versus a team like Arizona State, which just blows. So yeah, there's an actual chance, not a very big chance, but there is a chance I can get my own Gators, which would be fun. Whoever gets Army is screwed. Wait, was Army on that list? I wasn't paying that much attention. Was Army a 3-star program now? Oh, no. Yeah, whoever gets Army is going to be fucked. Because 1, you can't redshirt people, and 2, their pipelines are ass. Ugh. But yeah, Top, they're making the 2 game modes to, yes, save money, but it's mostly because more people play Madden than CFB. And so they think in their head, if they make this game like Madden, some of the Madden audience will come by, but that's just alienating the entire audience of this game, because the reason why we play this game instead of Madden is because it was a better game than Madden. Now it's kind of the same blob. Holy shit, yeah, you are right. Dude, whoever the hell gets Army is so fucked. I'm about to look up their pipelines quickly, but I'm pretty sure I know what their pipelines are. Their pipelines are terrible. Dude, this is if you get Army, like dead ass, I'm so sorry for your loss. Like, look at that. Like, yeah, you get Texas and South Cali, and you could technically give yourself Southern Florida, but like, dude, the best pipeline you got to work with's a fucking tier 2. Now, obviously, if you get like really good RNG, your North Texas could become a tier 4. Your Central Florida could become a tier 4. And your Southern Cali / Metro Atlanta could be tier 4s, but you won't have a single tier 5, so that's rough. Now, I will say this much. I think Army has some really good drip. So in terms of the uniforms, you'll be fine, but I don't know if I want to deal with the red shirting problems and or dealing with the pipeline problems. Because as someone who dealt with Indiana last year, you don't want to school with bad pipelines. I know there's this misconception out there that like pipelines don't matter anymore. Pipelines do matter. Pipelines matter a ton in this game. And the reason why pipelines matter a ton is because would you rather spend $5,000 a recruiting cycle, or would you rather spend $3,000 or $2,000 per cycle? It's not rocket science here. It's you want to spend as little money as humanly possible. So how you go about that is by having pipelines, which will save you money in the long run. If you don't have pipelines, you have to pay out of pocket for everything. And if you pay out of pocket for everything, you're just fucked. So I can assure you, you don't want to be a program in which, you got to pay out of pocket for everybody. You can, you just don't want to. And I can assure you, you don't want to. That's heinous. You think it'd be a fun game mode, Foreman? You think 7-on-7 would be a fun game mode in this game? It might be. Tim, the NIL application in this game is why sometimes you just can't listen to your player base, in my opinion. Oh no, I agree, Tim. I was promoting, I was shouting that from the rooftops literally months ago. literally months ago. I was literally telling people, if you want NIL in this game, you're fucked. NIL is horrible. And the thing I just can't wrap my brain around, and maybe you guys can like explain this to me, but it's kind of like I think I make this comparison in my video, or maybe I didn't, you know, it's kind of, it's hard to remember because I did record that video like 5 different times. But it's what I would compare the NIL to being added to this game is like watching a car crash happen, then getting in like a little time travel vehicle, time traveling back to before the car crash happened, and still willingly getting into the fucking car and crashing again. Like, if you want to see how EA handles AI and how they handle their budget, just go play Madden. And after 2 or 3 seasons, everyone's broke and you have to turn off the salary cap because no team can support itself. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, actually, what are we doing? And another thing, why is there no setting to just turn the damn thing off? Did EA not realize that forcing us to deal with it is not intelligent? Because we're not going to want to deal with it, so what the fuck's the point? It's stupid. Devontae, rip to whoever gets drafted to coach Army. You don't even get a big apple, and your pipelines are too far. Yeah, it's... They got good uniforms though, Devontae. So let's hope. I hope my biggest op gets Army. I hope my biggest rival gets Army. That way I can watch him suffer. I hope he gets Army and I get Alabama, so I can be there, or the Auburn, so I can be the successful A school. But we'll see. Foreman, I can assure you, you don't want spring games in this game. Spring games would just do nothing but slow it down. And we should be trying to speed up the gameplay, not slow it down. It's the same reason why practice mode was such a whiff this year. It's just more button clicks you don't want to do. And, like, you might think you want to do it. I can assure you, you don't want to do it. You don't. I take Wyoming over Army. I have no idea what Wyoming's pipelines are, but now that you say that, I'm kind of intrigued. Devontae? Dude, why does Wyoming have better pipelines than Army? What the fuck? Chat, I'm not joking. Look at this shit. Chat, Wyoming has the exact same North Texas and East Texas as Army. Wyoming has the same California as Army. The only major difference is Army has some of Florida and some of Georgia, but Wyoming, you can get the exact same ones. That's crazy. And obviously, Wyoming gets the Big Sky, Missouri, Illinois, and Wisconsin. But the fact that Wyoming's like, what, a 1 or 2 star program and Army's a 3? That's disgusting. Why is Wyoming that good? And why is Army that bad? Shit's disgusting. Never asked for that. The game I would want to have to worry about something that doesn't even make the game better. True, brother. True. Preach, man. Timothy, the only way you could implement the spring game... Oh. Didn't realize this guy was, as bricked as he was. Shit. But the only way, Tim, you're going to be able to implement the spring game without having it be tedious would be to make it a 100% optional thing and then just allow the player to skip past it with 0 penalty if he or she chose to. That's the only real choice you have. Chat, we're edging. Oh my goodness, chat. We are edging so fucking well. Chat, look at the edging. Oh, we're so back, baby. Slap a like on the stream. Your boy Beasley's been hitting the fucking labs, bro. Look at this shit. I'm edging the fuck out of this fucking quarterback. What I've learned with pocket passers, because I do recruit them a lot, you want to do their throw power and elusiveness first, then do accuracy a little bit and quickness a little bit, and then you want to save IQ for last. IQ is the one that explodes your overall the most. So I'm going to be able to keep this kid, hopefully, an extra year than he's supposed to be here, hopefully. If I've edged him properly, hopefully. Tim, I actually disagree. I think the initial audience that the game was made for was perfectly fine. I think CFP 25 was made for a very specific audience. And in 26, they stepped away from that audience. And then in 27, they walked away from the audience. I think this game was fine the way it was. And by them constantly changing, it's just made it worse and worse and worse and worse. This game is supposed to be the fun, casual game, why Madden's supposed to be the sweaty, try-hard game. There is no need to deviate from the paths that were provided because they were fine. Now this game's a combination slop of several things. I could have one more fucking token for power. Oh, this might get expensive then. $83, I'll take it. Fuck, 84. That's not what I want. 84 is bad. 84 is very bad. What about with NIL? What do you mean with NIL, Tim? This dude has 70 carrying. That's disgusting. I just spent 20 fucking tokens on this running back just to not get speed. I like this game so much. I love this game so much. How do I spend 20 tokens just to not get speed? He went from 85 speed to 85 speed. Love it. Fucking love it. Take notes, chat. You're gonna get a whole YouTube video on this shit eventually. How to prime and edge your players. Oh, you already know that shit's gonna come back this year. Ooh, hands might be really bad for you because the catching... Yeah, the hands is really bad for you. Fuck. Good thing you're such a low overall. That way it's gonna fuck me, but not fuck me as hard. We'll just do that. Spin our last 2 tokens here. How can NIL be implemented without being tedious? Click simulator. I don't see a way that happens, but could be wrong. NIL, how they implemented it, if they would just bring the numbers down, would be fine. I think their implementation for this game was perfectly fine. I think the price points need to get fixed. By fixed, they should be lower. Especially when you see it in my YouTube video, but the fact that it was costing me roughly the same price to go and purchase a 4-star as it was a 5-star makes no sense. Like, genuinely makes no sense. Like, why in the world would you make a 4-star worth like 200 something points, but then also make a 5-star worth like 210? Like, I'm just gonna go and buy a 5-star at that point. It's just, I think the way they implemented it was perfectly fine. It's just the numbers have to get moved. He is missing lots of IQ, which if you're gonna, notice a trend here, IQ is a very pivotal stat to upgrade for the CPU, but IQ is gonna be something this year you really can't afford. Yeah, IQ is such a big overall influence that you really can't afford to buy it for most things. Like, he's an 80 overall receiver right now. I've done 2 IQ upgrades. He's now an 81. There's 3. 82. Our goal is to be below an 85. I can't do speed no more. I can't touch these 3 because they're too expensive. I guess we'll do power. 2 power upgrades. Well, that's not good. Power was, I mean, eh. Oh, he's a fucking physical route runner. No, I should have upgraded hands. Or elusiveness. He wants power. That's why he's a physical guy. Shit. Shit. Done goof, chat. I've done goofed. He's simple, just buy speed. And now my guy is still an 80 overall, and he's a sophomore. So he has 0 jeopardy of going pro. Sweet. And then sim math corrected? What do you mean the sim math? You mean like how to fix the sim engine? That's unfortunately above me. I can't do that, but I gotta fix it. Ooh, actually, is elusiveness a bad upgrade for you? It is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Hit me with that wet elusiveness, daddy. Oh, yeah. Ooh, chat, we're learning. Chat, we are so learning. EA thought they could fuck me. No, EA, you're not gonna fuck me. I'm gonna fuck you. Consensually, of course, in Minecraft. Okay, so if you're upgrading physical route runners, you want to max out elusiveness. Because elusiveness does dick for them. That's good to know. Route running hands, last. Okay. Chat, we're learning. We're fucking learning. I will figure this shit out. I will. EA will not break me. Wait, what are you again? You're a contested specialist. Do you like elusiveness? Guess IQ wouldn't be bad to grab now. Not bad. Professor, I will meet you halfway. I'll meet you halfway. I think 4- and 5-star players should require a bunch of NIL. Like they currently do. I think 3 stars should be reduced by half, and then 1 and 2 stars should be free. That's the center I'll meet with you on. I think 3 stars still should cost coin, but they shouldn't cost as much as they do. They cost way too much. Bro, I'm about to fully upgrade a blocking tight end shit. He's only a 90. If this was last year's game, this dude'd be a 99 overall 15 upgrades ago. That's disgusting. I agree, Devontae. It's saying a lot when you're having to give 2K props for something. I think I have to also... Nope. So IQ. I think it's IQ. We're building, chat. We're building. We're learning. We're learning the ways of the cheese. EA will not out-cheese the cheeser. I will out-cheese them. Even though I really shouldn't have to, because this game's retarded, but... This cat's only a 94. He's maxed out pass pro. Almost maxed out IQ. How's he a 94? Bullshit. AA Ron, does scheduling ranked opponents with the off/defensive scheme that match up with yours sound like a good idea for winning games versus better opponents? Can I ask why? Before I give you my answer, AA Ron, can I ask why? Because I'm going to give you an answer, but I want to know why first before I give you the answer. Tim, the CPU spinning of NES sounds like it made a lot of Dynasty CPU teams much worse. Oh, significantly. The CPU has no comprehension of how much they should or shouldn't be spending for their team. To the computer, if they're supposed to get the player, they get the player. I can't tell you the amount of times I've made Georgia or Ohio State pay like quadruple the rate because they want to shark me, and I just won't let them. That's my player. I will get my player, and if you force me, you can take him from me. Which that's the other problem with the CPU is the CPU is the ones with the CPU identify as they want someone, they will go get that someone. Right? Like if there's a quarterback from Georgia and Kirby wants him, Kirby will pay no matter the price to go get him. Which I understand the problem because you can't code the CPU to like, how do you code the computer to like pull off? So I get the problem here. I do, but what happens is it's leading to a situation in which he's going to hit 85. Unless I buy abilities. 985. Get fucked, EA. Bitch. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the computer needs to learn when to let go. Because I can tell when I need to back the fuck off a recruit, but the CPU has no understanding when enough is enough. I've seen the CPU get into bidding wars with itself. I'm not trolling. I've literally seen the CPU raise a bid on someone that nobody else was going for. Yeah. So. I think the actual core mechanic of NIL is fine. It's just the implementation was shoddy and the numbers got to get moved. He's normal, though. I probably shouldn't have kept him so hard, but oh well. Professor, I was gonna some 3 stars, but then it probably also makes it easier to find gems, assuming. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is you can't. If you make the 3 stars that are guaranteed to be good, like dev trait wise, have money, everybody would just go after them. So, how I think would be the fairest way of going about it, personally, is the most expensive 3-star I've ever seen was about $65. And obviously you can get them for $0, right? So the average between 65 and 0 was about 30. So I would just make all 3 stars $30. That way it'd be the easiest way of keeping it consistent across the board. Actually, I'm cranking IQ first. I have all these tokens. No caps on IQ. Let's get the IQ cranked first. Hey, Aaron, trying to become a higher ranked in top 25 quicker, or am I better off blowing out easy teams every year? So, is this for you, like, are you simming or are you playing? Aaron, because the distinction is what my answer will. If you're just trying to get a high ranked team, you would want to schedule opponents that are ranked but are beatable. For sim? Okay, yeah, so I thought so. So for your non-cons, what I would recommend you do is when you're building up your program, I would try to not go any higher than a 2 or 3 star program for your non-cons. 4 and 5 star programs are just not worth it because typically when you're building your program, you're not. Here's the order at which you should do things. If you're doing a rebuild with a bad school, pick the 3 worst teams you possibly can, right? If you're rebuilding Coastal Carolina or Sam Houston, pick the shittiest, people you can. Don't try to pick anybody good whatsoever. And then once when you're about a 3-star program, all your non-cons should be about 3 stars. That, you know, if you can find the 3 stars that are ranked, unfortunately, you can't really, you know, see that before the year starts, but you can find the ranked ones. They do exist. He's a well-rounded guy, yeah. Not upgrading footwork, so his overall sucks. But then once when you're a big school like I am, where I'm a perennial 4s to 5-star program, you could just schedule anybody. You'll be highly ranked. You just don't want to lose. That's the big thing, is you don't want to lose. Because if you lose your non-con game, you will get punished for that. But generally, most of your rank does come from your conference, not your non-con. So you could schedule like Bama, Georgia, and Ohio State for your 3 non-cons, and you could blow them out by 100 points. But if you lose your conference games, it won't really matter. So generally, I would just go the easiest path. Ooh, his overall shot up a lot. Can upgrade strong grip on you, right? I can. Sweet. Sweet. But again, generally, most of your rank comes from your conference, so. Also, another thing, too, is most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, your non-con games, and this is kind of a general tip for everybody who's watching, you might have a good playbook, or you might have a good year, but if you don't schedule the cupcakes on your schedule, you're not going to win Heisman's. Right? Like, the reason why Boise's playbook is so good for spitting out Heisman's is A, because the playbook's a good playbook, but B, go look at the competition Boise's playing against. Boise is playing like 65 to 70 overall rosters. So they're putting up stupid stats against bums. Just keep that in mind when you're trying to go for like those awards, that you do need bad teams on your schedule, because you're not going to have the fluff stats for the Heisman and for the other awards. Now, can you win those awards without the fluff teams? Yes, as you guys will see after I get done beating up on the SEC a few years back to back to back to back. I'm going to make like a super conference and only play against the best of the best, and I will still win Heisman's, but generally those cupcakes are what you want to be playing for your awards. Generally. Which is like another thing, the conferences that don't have 9 conference games, that means they have a 4th non-con game. That 4th non-con game pretty much guarantees them not always win the Heisman, but to have a guy like up there the entire time. Now here's the thing. I don't think there's any way I can spend this dude's tokens without making him become an 86. So I don't think there's any way I can save him. Unless I fully dump into power moves. Yes. Yes. I should have done one less power move upgrade, and it power. Oh, there's one. We gotta avoid one more. Fuck. Fuck. Well, he's an 86, so he can leave. That's Irritating. Gotta cross our fingers and hope he doesn't leave now. Yeah, IQ might be a stat we hard just not upgrade this year. It's a very, very, very important stat for Sim, but it also influences the overall so dramatically that since we can't get them above an 85, otherwise they will leave, it does make this more difficult, sadly. So it might be one of those things where we just don't touch the IQ stat until we're ready for them to leave. So knowing what we got to do to avoid EA from fucking us. It be that way sometimes. Appreciate y'all. Got the 18 likes on the stream. Hell yeah. In fact, the sweet spot for IQ might be 80. That might be like the exact like min threshold we need to get like the most effective value without them going pro. We'll see though. Not bad. Not bad. Shit, I've maxed out his speed already. Okay, he's max power and max quickness, so his next year's upgrades will be final. Darn. Let's get Block Shed first. And we'll go for IQ. I guess we'll grab Zone, but we don't really need it. Now, he's probably going to get nothing but speed and hit power. Oh, there's one. Two. Fuck. Fuck. Abilities for the win. He will come back next year. Let's go. Bitch. You're not gonna fuck me. I'm gonna fuck you. Let's get the 90 zone. Okay, 90 zone achieved. Probably back-to-back IQ upgrades. That's the best we got. Yeah, that's about the best we got. Well, he's cooked. He's at 85. I might be able to bring him back, but he's probably gone. Ooh, quickness might be really bad for linebackers. Hit power might be the wave, actually. Speed's impacting them so much. We probably need to do hit power upgrades to waste their tokens. I'll tell you guys as much. If you see a best coach build video that doesn't include motivator and talent developer, that dude has no clue what he's yapping about. Like, they nerfed my XP, and they've nerfed when my players get drafted. And I'm still doing pretty well. So I couldn't imagine not having talent developer and not having motivator. Fuck, he's an 85. I was about to say, this might be a... Yeah, hit power's the move. Hit power's the wave. I shouldn't have done speed. Is there any way I can dump these tokens and not... Okay, he's the hard capped 85. You want to keep them below 85, but he is an 85. So just like last year, you could pretty much get away with fully upgrading run stopping and upgrading hands, and it won't really change the corners overall. Corners look like to be the easiest overall to manipulate so far. Yeah, max upgrade their hands and max upgrade their speed and run stopping. He's still an 83. So now I have to choose... Okay, we're going to stop there. Okay, he's been primed as much as I can humanly prime him for. He's a 5-star junior elite dev. If I've done this successfully, he'll come back next year. I will fully dump into zone and man. And he should be insane. Yeah, corners. Corners seem to be pretty good. Now, the issue is they kind of, you know, they kind of don't have any coverage stats. But that's fine. Why do corners gotta, you know, cover guys? What I should have done in retrospect, fully upgraded 2 of these guys. Yeah. I'll do that with you. That way I got at least one corner on my field that can actually cover. He can't do anything else, but he can cover. I mean, even then at an 88, he still might come back. It's not very likely, but he could. It's a possibility. This is the scary shit right here. But luckily, if we just go all speed, not bad. Here's the guy that he's a 6'5" corner. This dude tall as fuck. This cat tall as hell. Got fucking Richard Sherman on my defense. That's so cool. Too bad I don't play press Tampa 2. Darn. Not my best secondary I've ever made, but I've had worse. Oh, what do I do with these 14 tokens? Chat, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Box safeties. I think box safeties might be the wave in Sim. Because you get basically nothing from IQ and nothing from pass coverage. Look at this safety and tell me why he's a fucking 84 overall. Well, Beastly, he's an 84 overall because he has no run support and no hit power. That's why. These are the two most important stats. These three stats don't really do anything. Has 90 speed, 99 zone with 99 play rec. Man, oh, I feel, Yeah, box specialists, chat. They might be the best ones to go get, assuming you can find, like, a good one. That's kind of the hard part there, but... Gotta play fucking limbo with EA. EA wants to get low, and I'm like, nah, fam, I'll get lower. See, little does EA know that I have a very particular set of skills. I am very good at breaking video games. That's funny, William. He's 90 speed. That's not slow. 90 speed in this game is pretty fast. That's pretty fast. Now, here's the issue. On coverage specialists, though, you really can't upgrade their coverage because it's their important stats. Well, obviously, the fucking... They're slow, right? Obviously. But if you just fix their speed, they're not slow anymore, so... Chat, you guys can't look at how someone is. You have to see what they can become, okay? I have the greatest safety in the game with 99 awareness and zone and man. with 90 speed, and he's an 84 overall. He will never be drafted. I have fucking Ed Reed back here. Is he a little slow? Not really. In this game, 90 speed's pretty fast, but like this is stupid. It just sucks that you can't do the same thing with you can't do that unless you're a good school. Bro, I'm fucking Coastal Carolina. What do you mean? Any school can become a good school. You just gotta, like, not suck. Which, trust me, the not sucking part is the hard part, but eventually, you will get to a point where you, in fact, don't suck. And when you don't suck, the world becomes your oyster. This cat came in. Is he stock? He's not stock. Okay, I've already upgraded speed, but that's fine. Wait, why is your overall going up? No. Oh, it's because of his speed. Oh, it's his speed. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I forgot those other guys are 90 speed. He's 94. Fuck, no. He might get drafted. Shit. I made him too fast. I wasn't paying attention how fast I made him. There we go. Back to 90 speed, we're fine. Kicker, punter, I don't care about. I should be our entire team. Okay, I have successfully spent every token I have. Okay, good. Good. Next. That's next week. That's next week. Oh, we got plenty of spots. I want to see some generational QBs. I finally have the QB package now, so I can buy them at will. Just need to have them now. My facilities regressed? Ew. You can't regress. I knew it, yeah. Okay, we're back to not sucking. Yeah, chat, ignore the bottom of your screen. I might have spent $1,300 on both of my coordinators. So, that's fun. I don't really want to talk about it, but if you want to, we can talk about it. I don't want to, but if you want to, we can. I spent the big bucks on my coordinators because I need them. Why? Because I need perks. Which, until we get the faster update, I really can't get on my own, so I need them to help me. Please be generational. Why is he fucking... Why do you suck? Bro, I just got all of this fucking quarterback package, and you three quarterbacks suck. No, not really. They're very mid. They're better than tactician, but worse than talent developer, recruiter, and motivator. They're like good fill-in perks where you have most of your build and you just want to, you know, they're not game breaking. Oh. Chat, I'm not crazy, but I don't like any of these quarterbacks. This guy has no throw power, which is concerning. This guy is like, for a dual threat, he's not that fast and he's not that throw power. His backfield creator is solid. But I have a pipeline. Ugh. I'll scout more QBs. If I find a QB I like more, I'll go after him, but... Dog, okay, there's a glitch. .90 speed edge rusher, damn. Lots of gems, though. Liking it. Ooh, you suck. You also suck. Oh, baby! It's not 99. But he's 6'4", 215 from Tampa, Florida, 98 fucking speed, baby. 98 speed. Gotta go check my pants real quick. Oh, dude, this is the best. Okay, this might be a contender for the best class we've ever had. Oh, a 96 speed midget. Oh, he's not even, he's 6'4". Oh, shit. Okay, this class, special. Holy shit, another, oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I might be cutting out these QBs. Just because this class is so special that if I'm not fully sold to the quarterbacks, I'm probably found a Randy Moss. Yeah, I found me a Moss, man. Dude, honestly, I'm not even trolling, Professor. I'd probably move him to play safety. A 6'4", 98 speed safety would be insane. Actually, would just be fucking mental. Dude, I might have like 12 gems this cycle. Holy shit. I have 10 5-star gems. That's insane, dude. That is such a loaded class. We balling, yeah, we are balling, and I got infinite money too. Physical route runner wide receiver types fell off so hard. I wouldn't really say they've fallen off. They're still solid. Unless their abilities were touched. If their abilities got touched, then yes, but I don't believe they did. Could be wrong, though. Yeah, so far, no one's really... He's okay. 95 throw power. That's pretty good. I was hoping for like a 98 speed quarterback, but I guess not. He sucks. He's okay. He sucks. I get why your name's Mr. Butt, because your ass. Oh. Am I really convinced that either of these two quarterbacks are like insane? Not really. But they're 4 stars, though, so they will be significantly cheaper to go get. I guess they're cheap. Yeah, they're cheap, and I have a pipeline for one of you, so I guess it's fine. The 1 year I get my quarterback package, and I don't have, like, a crazy quarterback to, like, spend it on. That's just fun. What else do we need? Linebacker, D-line, and corners? I guess corners I could always move to... The safeties I have could play corner. Come on. Ooh. Darn. I was hoping. Too much. That's a gem? I guess. You suck. 84 speed's bad. .85 speed, not very good. So we had a very good 5-star class, but so far a pretty weak 4-star class, which I guess offsets. You can sort by athletes on the board, yeah. Ooh, you're 6'5", though. With the search engine, I will check. I think you can. Ooh, you're a gem? Athletes are always something good to go scout. Every cycle, just because you can get a lot of guys with interesting skill sets which can move around your field, which helps. Got some athletes. 19 likes. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, athletes are on the board. Professor, I've gotten that last name like 15 times. It's a pretty common last name, which is weird. Probably shouldn't be going after linebackers. Edge is probably smarter. There's one. You suck. Wow, shocker. The guy with 77 speed's ass. Insane. Never seen that coming. Ooh. 87 speed. How many more do we have, though? Oh, a lot. Ooh, a lot more. Like 20 guys. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts. Oh, well. Where's Deion Sanders, bitch ass? I'm not forgetting about you beating me last year, you bitch. Come here. This year we better win. If I lose to them again, I'm gonna get kind of pissed. 57, 56. 57. Where's that 56? Georgia Southern, nice. You know, this time we'll host Colorado. Last time I went into his home stadium and got my ass kicked. This time we'll host. Hey, so you guys are currently winning the poll with the next 30-year rebuild, or that you guys want another 30-year rebuild. What team are you guys thinking of for my next 30-year rebuild? Make the conference title game and average 35 points per game? Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Normally, I don't go straight into the interests off rip. Normally, I keep it at neutral for like a week or two. And then once when I see who I'm fighting with, I go up or down. But we got $4,000. So I quite literally have the money to just go hard off rip. So let's do it. Now for the 4 stars, I'll probably keep it neutral, but 5 stars are a little special. Interesting to have 2 running backs in one class, though. I have not had a single double good running back class yet, so I'll happily take one. Running backs kind of have been a bitch to obtain. Because if you get any of the ones that require speed and power, they just don't develop. So you're kind of stuck with backfield threats and east-west playmakers, which typically don't always spawn. So. Oh, my chat broke. I heard the ding, but I'm getting no pop-ups. Damn it, YouTube. Okay, it's Grover. Okay, if I work, could quit kicking me in the ass today. Lol. I'm glad to see you can still keep guys from going pro. Haven't had a lot of time to mess. Yes and no, Carver. Yes and no. So you can stop guys from going pro, yes. But your threshold's 85 overall. So it's really hard. It is no small feat to stop them from going pro. Because the threshold was, and even then you will still see some of my 85s get drafted. That you will still see that happening. That it's not like it's not gonna happen. It will happen. So 85 is the best you can do before going overboard. So it's. And by the way, it's 85 overall with the perk, right? Just to show you guys. I have the transfer portal turned off, and I have the perk. So if you don't have the transfer portal turned off and you don't have the perk, you have to keep them below an 80, which is virtually impossible because they come in, if you're recruiting 4- and 5-star athletes, they typically come in between like a 75 and like a 78. So keep in mind, it's only an 85 overall if you turn the portal off and you buy this perk. If you don't have the perk and you don't have the portal, it's an 80, which is almost impossible to do. So it's you can do it. It's just very hard. So it's last year you could just fucking sleep through it and be fine. This year you can't do that. Yeah, it's a really big problem, Carver, and I'm hoping the developers do something about it, because it ends up getting to a point, and you guys, if you guys have watched like all my streams, you guys have seen it firsthand, but you eventually get to a point where you're just shitting out so many draft picks that you can't keep up your roster. Right? Like, you can recruit 35 people a year and you still can't keep up. You'll just be sending that many dudes pro every single year. It's a very big problem. Which, in my opinion, should be a problem that you can fix very easily by buying a perk or by turning off a setting. The fact that I have both turned off the setting and bought the perk and we're still having issues is kind of a problem. Actually shocked the other guy's not my fullback. I guess. And my right tackle did beat my left tackle. I knew it. He beat him by one singular overall. And he doesn't have the ability, so he can't swap over. Left guard's good, center's good, right guard's good. My edge is bricked. That's nice. And I'm honestly tempted to try out the second round pick perk to see if that helps me at all. We'll see, though. We'll see. Yeah, power is being 20 and speed being 20 is just it's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Where'd my other... Damn, my... Ooh. One good D tackle. That's not good. And my edges don't have the... He does. He's not good, though. Yeah. No, my Sam is not playing Sam. Where'd the other Will go? Oh, there he is. Where are me Sams? I feel like I'm playing Lord of the Rings. Where's me Sam? There we go. Now, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't know if I know the Boise playbook, it does matter tremendously who your wide receivers are. I don't know if this playbook does. So just in case this playbook does require good receivers, I'm going to put my good receivers here, but I have no guarantee I need to have them here. So where'd my third one go? Am I stupid? Where'd the other receiver go? Am I missing a wide receiver? Oh, I'm not. He's an 84. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, no guarantee this is, like, this playbook needs this, but we'll find out. Jimmy, man, I just finished your vid. I didn't know Dicey was this bad. Oh, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. If there was an option to play a different game, I would assume many people would play a different game. Like, right now, if 2K had a college football game, I would be willing to bet this would have been the most refunded and the most disliked college football game ever made. Like, if there was literally any other game to play that was college football, I think people would have chose that game. But luckily for EA, they have no competition, so they can happily make as shit of a game as they want and not get punished for it because there's nothing else you can play. If you want to play college football, you have to play the game. Which is just sad. What's the name of the backup edge? The Gonzalez? And my starter's Eric. Yeah, I know he'll get the out of position penalty, but I would much rather have him have it than to have the 75 overall starter. Honestly, yeah, I'd rather, yeah, honestly, now that I'm thinking about that out loud, I would much rather have the dude play out of position and get the penalty than to have the 75 overall touch the field. That works. Am I insane to not have my mic, not my will be my... Oh. That's probably fine. Joe, what playbook you using? This year, I am still doing testing with the Washington playbook, and defense will be doing 4-2-5 zone blitz. I think someone said that about an hour ago in chat. So I'll be trying the 4-2-5 zone blitz this year. Ooh. Ooh. Have you guys ever, I mean, I don't, like, we all don't listen to, like, the same genre of musics. We have a very wide audience in my wonderful Beastly fam. But nothing annoys me more than I'm listening to, like, a rap song and, like, the sample or the beat is disgusting and the dude rapping over it or singing over it is just awful. I'm listening to a remix of the Michael Myers theme track, and then fucking little baby just opens his mouth. I'm like, ah. It was so good till it wasn't. Ah. Ah. Why? We need Julius and Lorenzo as my slots. There's Lorenzo. Actually, I think, wasn't it Ezekiel first? Yeah. Get this stupid woke shit off my... There you go. Ooh, wait. Playbooks. Go change them. Have you looked in the road to the CFB? They added seasons and more stats to keep up with, so kind of cool when you Dynasty Zone. Hey, hell yeah, Carver. I've not done any online game ever. I have literally only done Sim and like a couple solo challenges in Ultimate Team. I have like no gameplay in the game at all. $20 likes, appreciate y'all. Dion, this time you're gonna get dicked. Hope if I lose the Dion back-to-back years, I'm gonna actually crash out. They're an 82 overall team. If I get my back blown out by an 82 overall squad, then words are going to be said. I promise you, words will come out my mouth. For viewer 88 speed. 88 speed. Man's fast as fuck. I'm gonna remove the extra hours off the QBs just because they're 4 stars. I don't think we're gonna get resistance for these guys. And if we do get resistance, we could just throw them back on, right? We're not stuck with no hours. Damn, he's 90 speed, but he sucks. Ouch. All right, chat. You guys think we lose the Dion back-to-back years? Or do you guys think we beat Dion finally? Damn, chat. Look at the Heisman. Look at the Heisman, chat. Look at that. Damn. Damn, I got 2 receivers on the Heisman. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. I have a QB, receiver. I have 3 of the 4 of my guys. That's nuts. That's actually insane. Well, let's see if we get the Deion Sanders revenge game or if we lose again to the Deion Sanders. Let's see. I'm hoping we win because last year we didn't and it annoyed me. Hey, we won! What was the score, though? Did we, like, barely win? Oh, we killed them. Holy shit. Why couldn't this happen last year? My quarterback threw a pick. Of course my quarterback would throw a pick. How the fuck? Why is my 3rd string running back getting the ball? He fumbled, too, with 87 carrying. I love this. What'd the defense do, though? 3.5 sacks? Brother. 3.5 sacks and a pick. Oh, man. Okay, well, we got our win back, so we're no longer Deion Sanders' bitch for 1 more year. I think Elite Recruiter Carver is probably still the 2nd best perk in the game behind Talent Developer. So I think it's still 1-2. TD 1 and then Elite Recruiter 2. Also, we got locked out of a 5-star. I did see that going from week 1 to week 2. Who was it? Ah, it was this fella. The guy we had no pipeline for. Of course. We lose anybody else in the journey? We didn't. Okay, good. Losing 1 5-star is not bad. Could be a lot worse. Because ultimately, as much as people will tell you that money is all that matters, that is not true. Pipelines are still really important. Where'd that go? Am I wrong for just picking that? No. I'm gonna be very intrigued, Carver, if we end up getting a like an elite recruiter again. I have a feeling that only worked once and will not be working again. So nice to finally have a few 5 stars be in a pipeline that we actually own. I think it's that. Ooh. Never mind. It can be that too. Hey, Giovanni. What's good, Beasley? Hard to continue my dynasty after the coach glitch to a random player when the full pad's on SMH. Oh! So you've had the random gray padded player too. Hell yeah. Someone can share my pain. Yeah, it really breaks the whole, you know, in-game, I forget what that's called. But, oh, immersion, that's the word. Really breaks the immersion when you just randomly teleport as just a random player in gray pads. Breaks immersion big time. Okay, we gotta get these kids on some visits. Week 4 is the best we got. We'll go do D-tackle. Oh, I realized that 5-star we lost was a fucking middle linebacker. Oh. That sucks. What week are we in? We're in week 2. We got 1 extra week. Our first home game's week 8. So, or, God, week 8. Week 4. I don't think there's anybody else we can pair, though. But the linebacker is for the D-tackle, not really for himself. I could pair the corner. But we got nothing else. I got no safeties. Ooh, this is rough. I'm not going to win this without, like, crazy pairs, too. I mean, I guess I could just throw more money at my problem, but I'm trying to avoid just throwing money at every problem I have. I'll schedule you for week 5. Well, plenty of linemen coming up soon. The other back we could probably put on a, I mean, we probably shouldn't be scheduling that far in advance, just in case shit happens. That way we can, like, move. I could do tackle QB if these QBs unpair. Which maybe is like why I probably should be putting extra hours in the QBs just to unpair them quicker. And we'll scout. Carver, when I saw the new list of 3-star teams and some having great pipelines and some not really is going to be really to change how I'll approach the league. Yes, some going to spend 450 NL on. Yeah, I don't know how EA calculated the 4 stars, the 3 stars, Carver, because Indiana's almost a 5-star program, and they essentially have the same team as their 3-star variant, so I don't quite understand how that works. Like, they're not buffing their pipeline, so Florida is still Florida from last year to this year. Like, the pipelines are the exact same. So, didn't really make a lot of sense why, they're a 3-star, but I gotta play Bama. Oh, we crushed their last 2 opponents. The issue is we're playing Bama at Bama, and I don't know what their overall is, but we might lose this game. I hope not, obviously, but... They're a 95? Oh, shit. That's not good. That is not good for me. Because if you don't know, there's a massive debuff in this game for the away team. Which is the reason why those bad programs are able to compete with good teams as the away team. And Bama's not a bad team, so them getting the buff on top of not being bad is a wee bit scary. But we're also a good team, so if we can't beat the best, what's the point of being the best, you know? QB unlocked, finally. That tackle unlock? Ooh, the tackle unlocked. Okay, we'll do tackle to pair with the back. And then we'll do... Quarterback's not really needed. And we'll throw a wide receiver in here as well. There's no pipelines there. I'm not too... I mean, it's between no pipelines and... I guess we could technically lose him here. We'll just... the right tackle, he pairs. He'll pair with the right tackle and the wide receiver. Now, do I have any other defensive person I could pair for the... So he'll get a debuff for the other Will, but he'll buff the other 2. But like, isn't the Will bad though? Like, I don't need the Will to enjoy his visit, right? Oh yeah, we're slaughtering the Will. The Will can get... Yeah, it's fine. We'll just... That's fine. He'll take the small debuff for having the thingy, but it'll offset with the other 2 guys, so we're gonna make sure we're hard selling everybody. We are not hard selling you. That's not gonna work. Back-to-back NF songs in the playlist? Wow, I'm so lucky. I should go buy a lottery ticket, guys. I don't have any guards or centers on my thing, so I can't pair them, but I believe they all pair now. Or they might not. That might be a placebo. I'm pretty sure, though, the entire O-line pairs with the QBs. That's the heart cell. Nice. So week 7's the earliest we got. Should we go ahead and pre-prep week 7? We have an RB here. This tackle should be ready by then. So we do RB tackle, QB receiver. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that. Again, the QB doesn't really need it, but the other guys do. So, I mean, we're so massive on this lead. I don't really feel like we got 4 backs on the board. Jesus. Realistically, he would be the pair, but he's not ready yet. We got such a massive lead over you. I really don't think there's a point to, like, stressing over that. So we'll get the tackle next week. Do we have a wide receiver we can do now? We do. Yeah. It's kind of a waste, but do QB next week, or the tackle next week. Can we beat Bama? Let's see. Hey, you're fine, Carver. I was the same way. It's eh. Did we win, though? I think we won. Holy shit! Chat, whoever put me on to this playbook, I'm about to mod them right now. That's 3 interceptions and 1 player is nuts. That shit's stupid as fuck. Yeah, we beat Bama. How bad was it, though? Oh, we barely survived. Okay, that sounds about right. We put up... Dude, our offense did dick the entire game. I love how we almost lost to Bama and their quarterback threw 4 picks. How in the world is this a close game? This makes no sense. We almost lost, and the Bama QB threw 4 picks. Okay, game. I guess. Sure. Whatever. It's like, how does my defense play that well, and we almost lose? That makes no sense. It's because Bama is the home team, and they get a fucking bonus. But we can't let the stupid shit get to us, because if we let it get to us, then, you know, it'll get to us. So let's just not do that. My defense legitimately got 4 interceptions, and we barely won. And what's wild, you guys, is there's people in the comments of the video I post today that are like, why the fuck do you care if the sim engine's bad? That's why I care. Why in the hell was I in a dogfight with a team that had fucking 1,000 interceptions? What the fuck? I think that's the hard sell. Nope. Bro, we are finding just gem linebackers for literal days. Well, as long as we handle business versus Arkansas, we should be good. Oh, there's one commit. There's two. It's raining 5 stars. Damn. Oh, we're still getting commits. This is the longest screen I've ever had. Dude, that was like 12 people back to back to back to back. Damn. Oh. What's the score, though? Again, Arkansas, like, we beat them, yeah, but they scored 28. Like... My QB had negative rushing yards. That's so sad, considering he's like mid-80 speed. Got sacked too much. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I've only used it for 2 years, but I feel like the Washington playbook's just not... Like, it's not bad. It's just, like, not impressing me, if that makes sense. I kind of had a higher expectations, but... I'm hoping all these verbal commits next week just go crazy. Ooh, we get a rivalry game in there? Oh, let's throw some rivalry in there. That'd be good for some visit perks. Also, I feel like the visits this year got nerfed. I feel like this year you don't get anywhere near as much influence you got last year for having an insane visit. Like, I think they nerfed it this year to like 5 bars. I think last year they got to 10. I think. Quickly, it's funny how quickly I forget 26 and I haven't played it for like a month. Grayson Gaming, nice name. It needs to make every action you have to hold down to confirm 3 times faster. I don't even think it should be in the game. Like, I think there should be a setting where it's like turn off, like hold A for like tap. I'd be like, yes. Or just, like you said, speed it up would be nice too. Bro, this is the most generational linebacker class I've ever seen. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet of linebackers. This is actually insane. Like, I need to go after edge rushers and O-line, but, like, the linebackers have just been so stupid. If need be, I will move these linebackers to play edge. I'm hoping we don't need to do that, but... You're a D-tackle. That's cool. Don't need D-tackles, though. We need edges. Well, the UTSA... Do you keep it close? Hey, someone just subbed. Who was that? I heard that ding. Yo, Grayson, appreciate the sub, brother. Thank you. Not sure you're watching my content live or if you're watching my VODs, but either way, I appreciate you, big dog. Yeah, I've not really been paying attention to how much money we've spent so far, but this is probably the best recruiting class I've ever had. I'm expecting like 12 elite devs for this class. Or at least a bunch of star devs. If we get cucked by impacts, I'm gonna cry. Oh, we blew them out the water. Okay. Next, we gotta play at Auburn. Auburn's scary. They're undefeated. They get the home team buff. And then we get to play Oklahoma at the very end that gets the home team buff. The rest of the way, though, we're pretty solid. What's the best offense for the sim playbook? We're still trying to figure that out. We are still figuring that out. Carver, the optimal sweet spot would be about 2,500 per year. You can go a little over and a little under, but you want to keep it about 25. 25's the sweet spot. You don't want to go overboard because then you're just losing money. But also you can't always afford to just... Getting pressed. This is not good. They're a rivalry game, though. Rivalry games are fun. Hey, yeah, we got the gems for days, bro. I feel like, anyone know that iconic picture of MJ? He's just holding all of his rings? As me holding all my gems, look like Thanos over here. I think we're kind of good, though. I mean, Miami's pressing me, but... I don't think Miami's going to stop me. That's the thing. It's... Penn State, if you make me whip out the checkbook, I'm going to get mad. Don't do it. Penn State, I need you to calm down. That is my receiver. Fuck you. He's mine. I have to give him more money, I will. I would like to not do that. But if you force me, I will do that because you guys are beneath me. Speaking of being beneath me, can I have a fucking edge rusher that's not just bad, please? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is okay. Well, we have a generational linebacker class into a generationally bad end class. Well, that means I need to go after some ends in the portal because I am not grabbing this trash. Or I move some linebackers that played edge. Don't really want to do that, but I could. We have one end, and he's playing a D tackle. He's not even playing D end. That's rough. Look at the wall of green, chat. Raindrops. Yeah, the thing about it, Carver, is your class, as you guys can see, I'm just slaughtering the computer. Your class exponentially scales. So a good way to like mentally see if you're having a good or bad class is, oh, I gotta sneeze. Nose. Fuck. But a good way to tell if you're having a good or bad class is based off the 3-year scale, right? Each player it's not linear, right? It's not like point A to point B, then point B to point C. That's not how the game works. But generally speaking, every player will get more expensive every year. That's like the general rule of thumb to have. That every year they will get expensive. Meaning, if you do sign a 4,000 point class, next year, that will be a 5,000 point class. And the year after that will be a 6,000 point class. And, you know, those players take a bare minimum 3 years to get drafted. So unless you manually just start cutting every 5 and 4 star you have off your roster, which wouldn't recommend doing that, you're going to be broke by 2 years. Now, by no means am I saying you can't sign a shitload of 5 and 4 stars. As you guys can see, I'm doing that, but I'm you know, barely over 1,000 points. It's or like another example is if you sign like a 7,000 point class, that 7,000 point class next year is going to be worth like 8 or 9,000 points, and by their 3rd year, their junior year, or their redshirt sophomore year, that's like a 10K class. So it's just, you like, don't think about it as how much you spent for this one class. Think about it for how much you spent years down the road. Now, again, that's assuming, man, make that make sense. How the fuck do I beat the fuck out of Auburn, but then struggle with Arkansas and struggle with Bama? How does that make any sense? I don't, this game is so bad. I blew out Auburn. It wasn't even close. And then fucking these two teams kept it close. So yeah, that's the mentality you got to have is how much is it going to cost me this year and how much is it going to cost me down the road? Which, by the way, Carver, and for, I'm sure, several of you guys who are in this stream who will be in my online dynasty, I would bet a lot of money that's going to be the thing that ends up catching a bunch of people. A bunch of people will spend a bunch of money year one and not realize that shit's going to exponentially scale. And then by year 2 or year 3, that class is going to cost 5 times the price, and then they're fucked. Because you got to also remember, the 3-year rule is assuming you can get them off your team in 3 years. Some prospects will not be off your team in 3 years, right? If you get a normal dev player or an impact dev player, that person is going to take 4 to 5 years to fix. So, you know, assuming they're elite dev or star dev, yeah, you can get them out the door in 3 years. But like, if they're not elite dev or star dev, if they're average or, you know, slightly above average, you're gonna be on the hook for a ton of money, and you're not gonna be able to. It's not worth it. Which was the reason why in my YouTube video I post today, I was making fun of the resign feature. Like, why in the world would I ever give a quarterback like 3,000 money to come back and re-sign him when I can just go out and sign an entire 5-star class for 3,000 points? Like, financially, it makes no sense to spend 3,000 NIL on one junior or one senior to make them return when I can just go sign an entire class for the same price. It's one player is not worth 15 other players. He's not. So now, D tackles, I don't believe I've scouted, but I have seen some filthy, and I mean filthy D tackles in this game spawn with like 90 speed. So I'm not saying it's going to be a strat, but this year there might be no difference between a defensive end and a defensive tackle. So just keep that in mind. I'm hoping I can find one for you. Oh, here's one. This dude's 300 pounds and has 80 speed. Chat, half the D linemen on my team last year with Indiana that were edges didn't have 80 speed till they were a junior or senior. This guy's slow, but if you can find like a speed rusher in this game, D tackle, I have seen them have up to 90 speed. So just a little food for thought. Your ends, your ends, not even your ends. D ends in general might be not overhyped. Overhyped's not the right word I want to use. D ends I don't think are worth it. Like because think about it, right? If they both got elite dev, right, and they both have the same stats, why would you spend 500 or 400 NIL on a 5-star edge when you can go find a 4-star D tackle with the same dev trait, the same stats? That's going to cost you a fraction of what the 4 and 5-star edge going to cost. Now, because of course I am saying it live in the YouTube video, it doesn't happen, but I can't tell you the amount of really good D tackles I have found in this game. And I'm like, why are you playing D tackle? Like, dude, you got like 85 speed. What? Move you to edge. Like, what are you doing? I got fucking Aaron Donald on my D line. What are we doing? Joe, my OC and DC are currently elite recruiters because I'm trying to get all the elite recruiter perks for cheap. But if I had my choice, it'd be talent developers, and if I didn't have talent developers, it'd be master motivators. The same coordinators you wanted last year are the same ones you want this year. Carver, the 4-star recruiting should be fixed come Thursday. Yeah, I was thinking that for elite recruiter perk, but boy, you might be dead in the water money-wise going for that route. Not really. Not really. So, I actually think, Carver, they made getting elite recruiter easier in this game than last year. Because it looks like Ohio State and Georgia just pretty much suck up all the 5-stars when you're first starting your rebuild. So if you sign literally a singular 5-star, you might get a top 5 class. Because if Georgia's getting 15 and Ohio State's getting like 12, there's not many 5-stars left. So I think they actually might have made it easier to get 5 stars. If you just get like 1 or 2 5 stars and like 4 or 5 4 stars, you're pretty much automatically locked into a top 5 class because, you know, it's the same 3 schools that have everything. And furthermore, you don't have to give somebody money for them to commit to your program. Obviously, it's heavily implied that you should give them money. And it would be pretty smart if you did give them money. But you don't have to give them money. So in the online dynasty, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, I will be getting 4 stars that nobody's going after and offering them $0, and I will win because nobody's going after them. Now, just because there's a recommended offer does not mean you have to give them what they want. You might have a 4-star who wants $200, but if you're the only person going after him, you can give him $50 and he'll take it because you're the only person giving him an offer. So I'm still going to be gunning for Elite Recruiter, but we'll see if I can work my magic and get around it. Tim, does the design revolve around the microtransaction for upgrading your coach that they removed? I'm confused. Rephrase your question, please. Does that design revolve around the microtransaction for upgrading your coach? Ooh. I think I'm tempted just to go for accuracies, honestly. Just 2 more tokens. Which is funny for me, Carver, because I was a D-tackle fiend last year, so I'll be a D-tackle fiend this year. Hey, Tony. How you doing? How you doing? I'm making the best of a crappy situation, Tony. I'm hoping to God Thursday they make this game better. Because the game sucks. I just caught 3 touchdowns on 6 receptions. Get to make it rain on App State. Let's go. Let's go. That was in reference to what you were talking about earlier about getting caught overspending on recruiting classes. The microtransactions do not fix your poor spending in this game. No. If you know how to balance your checkbook properly in game, you'll be fine. Which I think, again, I don't support what EA did. But I kind of believe that's why they made Rainmaker a perk. Now, I don't believe Rainmaker should be locked behind fucking, you know, the membership. I think that's stupid as fuck. But I think EA was afraid that people wouldn't be able to... I mean... Do I want to give the... No, I'm not going to give the, the politically correct... Okay. So EA thought you guys were stupid I'm just gonna English is English. You guys just don't shoot the messenger. EA thought you guys were stupid, and because EA thought you were mentally inept to not understand how to rationally spend your money, they made a whole category of perks to give you more money. But like, if you understand, if I got $500, I can't go out and spend $500 on a fucking Taylor Swift concert, right? You have to pay your bills. You have to, buy food, pay rent. There's other things you have to do with your money. So the whole point of Make It Rain or Rainmaker is just to help people who can't spend their money properly. But like, if you know what you're doing with your money, like you see me doing, the perk does nothing. I am doing the perk's job for me. It's which was the reason why I'm not gonna call it an overpowered perk, because it's really not an overpowered perk. Well, actually, it's an overpowered perk if you fucking are atrocious at spending your money properly. There you go. I have a feeling next year it's going to be a base game perk, and they're going to make that shit really good. I have a feeling next year Rainmaker is going to be identical to Program Builder or CEO, where it's like, the challenges to unlock it are fucking insane, but when you do unlock it, the perk is insane. Because currently, it's kind of like, okay. It's okay. Do I have anybody else who I want to fly out that's not already on a plane? Probably not, Tony. We'll see. I was told Modern Warfare 4 is going to be a hybrid of Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 1, so that doesn't sound like an enjoyable experience whatsoever. But we'll see. Or for new players who assume they need it to be good. Yeah, one of the two. It's basically a crutch. It's basically the equivalent of if you go bowling with someone who sucks at bowling, which this might even be a dated reference because you guys might not even know what bowling is because younger people just don't have fun with their lives. It's kind of like when you go bowling and there's that one friend who's so bad that you got to put the gutters up or the gutter rails to stop them from just, throwing gutter balls the entire time. That's what Rainmaker is. Rainmaker is just there to keep you on the tracks. Which, by the way, you can do yourself. In fact, the most overpowered perk in the game isn't even a perk you can purchase for your coach tree. It's the perk you unlock for being a 5-star school. That's the most overpowered perk in the game. The buff you get for being a 5-star school is genuinely insane. You get like a 45% price reduction to like everything. I think I'm just done with COD for now. Maybe just gaming in general because I haven't been playing it lately anyways. Hey, we all go through those phases, Tony. I see what I'll probably end up doing is, again, because Tony, you're an OG of mine, so you definitely know. But a lot of you guys don't know, I was a COD guy a year and a half ago. So COD, just the combination of the game going downhill and me just not having fun on the game, along with some other factors, led to me swapping content genres. And who knows? right, Tony? If I can get my bills situated, I can get my, if I can get my life in order, I'll happily spend money on the game, play it for like 3 hours, tell you the game sucks, and then save you money. Because I am more down to fall on the sword than you guys are, because that's kind of the job of the content creators to take the blow for the audience. But there's not a bone in my body, Tony, that's like, I cannot wait. It's because Modern Warfare 2019 sucked. Modern Warfare 2 Reimagined sucked. Modern Warfare 3 was a DLC for Modern Warfare 2, and then Modern Warfare 4 is going to be a combination of the two worst games they've made, being Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 1. So, like, if it's good, I'll play it. I'll give it a chance. If you guys want to see me play it, I'll happily stream it. But I'm not, I think I'm done. I say think, but the thing with Call of Duty is that it's a lot like EA, where they'll have one good game every like 5 to 6 years, and you'll think to yourself, hey, they had a good game, they can't fuck up the next one. And then they fuck up the next one. And then you'll tell yourself, okay, they fucked up one game, okay? They won't keep fucking it up. And then they'll just keep fucking it up over and over and over and over. To the point to where, like, you're like, oh, I'm done playing the game. And then they'll make a good game, and you're like, oh, I'm back. So I don't really know if I'll be, still love the OG CODs, but it's definitely a choice to play those games, and I don't want to do that. So I'm not gonna force myself to. Again, for, your guys' entertainment, I will, but my own personal entertainment, I would never. Right? I'd much rather play Pokemon. I'd rather play Assassin's Creed. I'd rather play this in my free time. I'd rather play 7 Days. I'd rather play Pal World, which I'm about to purchase and get into because I've heard nothing but positive things about Pal World's 1.0 release, or 3.0, whatever the number is. There's just so many games worth playing, and Call of Duty is just a fucking chore, and I don't want to do that. Also, we just beat Georgia, which was, I believe they were number 2 or number 3. Again, I'm gonna reiterate this point. We beat the fuck out of Georgia. We maul Liberty and App State along with LSU, Auburn, UTSA, but we can't beat, or we struggle to beat Bama, and we struggle with Arkansas. What the fuck, dude? What? It just, this game just makes no sense. I'm blowing out good teams, but then I'm struggling with Arkansas and Auburn, or not Auburn, Bama. Actually, what is going on? Tim, you're funny. I mean, hell, Forza, right? I streamed Forza the day it came out, and I've been playing Forza with my friends damn near daily. Like, that's another great game, too. It's just, there's so many good games right now. I don't want to, like, COD needs a lot of work. And I don't know if they're gonna get it. I think until COD, like, dies, won't have a revival. I mean, shit, all this PlayStation, right? PlayStation 5 got Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 backwards compatible. There's more people playing Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 right now on the PS5 than there have been people who've played Black Ops 6 and Black Ops 7. Like, if you want to just really show how much COD's fallen off, they didn't even remaster or remake. They literally just allowed the old games to be playable. And more people are playing those old games than the current ones. But, like, again, COD's like EA, right? They don't really care. You can say their game sucks every year, but people are still going to buy it. They're still going to play it. COD will hit their revenue, hit their checkpoints, and then On to next year. And then rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Barring some crazy miracle, my board should just clean up. Also, chat, we are undefeated. I think we also might have a Heisman. Tony, almost at 6K subs. Congrats, man. Hell yeah. Appreciate that, Tony. Yeah, today's been my first official video on the CFB 27 life cycle, and to say my video has exploded would be an understatement. I think the video got like 1,300 views in like 4 hours. I don't currently know what the video is doing right now, but my first video in like 3 months, especially my first CFB 27 video, it's doing very well. And we started last year, I say last year, but from Thanksgiving to the national championship game between Miami and Indiana, I grew from about 1,700 subscribers to about 5,500 subscribers. So I grew roughly 4,000-ish subscribers. And I'm hoping from this year to the launch of the next game or next year, I can double in size. Hopefully this time next year I'll be at 10K, not 6K, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm just content with growing at whatever rate I'm supposed to grow. I'm not going to view bot my shit. My videos. Oh, we lost Heisman. Oh, we lost it. USC just jumped us. Darn, that stinks. But yeah, we'll grow. I'll get better. Get, better mic. I've been saying I want a better mic for like 4 years now, but, money, economy, inflation, yada yada. When I get that money to spend, I'll damn, we dropped from #1 to fucking not even top 4. That's crazy. That's crazy. Grace and I agree. The golden age of COD was so peak. It wasn't even just Call of Duty. That golden age of gaming was so good. Halo was good. COD was good. Need for Speed was good. Assassin's Creed was so good. Like Pokemon was good. Like that era of gaming. GTA 5 just released. Like that era of gaming was so peak. It's just you really can't compete with that era of gaming. That era is so good. So, as you guys can see, I have almost 30 more points over Ohio State in terms of the recruiting points, and they have $1,000 more than me spent. Nice. Well, we beat the fuck out of Georgia last time, so let's see if we can do it back-to-back times. It's mostly because of money, Grayson. So it's funny because I've not had this conversation in like going on a year and a half, but I used to have this conversation all the time with my older YouTube audience. But Call of Duty learned, I think it was Black Ops 2. Yeah, it was Black Ops 2. Call of Duty learned that children, I guess the dates don't really matter, but the point is that Call of Duty learned through very sketchy means that children spend more money than adults do. So the more child-friendly they've made the game, the more money they would gross. And after a certain point, COD really didn't care about their reputation. They didn't care about winning awards. They really didn't care about anything but getting money. And so, little by little, they were like, just more kids shit. Which, and then, that ended up peaking with, the TikTok audience and all that fun stuff. And that's when the microtransactions, the flamboyant guns, and the skins, and all that fun stuff. Yeah, back in the day, they were making good COD games because they wanted to make good games, whereas the studio now wants to make an okay game, but a game that makes a lot of money. Money's first, and then the game's second, whereas back in the day, it was the game was first, and then money, everything else was second. Yeah, my QB threw for 4,000 yards flat. That's nuts.
And one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman Trophy winner.
If that Boise wide receiver had more yards, he would have had the Heisman.
Just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're here, man, they want to win it. And every past winner has told me this
Our
is
Kansas
really
receiver had
nervous time for them.
1,200 yards and
Close to the
21
trophy,
touchdowns. Jesus.
but will they get a chance to lift it? It's an honor, of course, to be a finalist.
Fear Gust, are you giving everyone practice no matter what? Yeah, I have the wear and tear and injuries turned off, so I'm doing full pads every week.
This season's Heisman Trophy winner.
I would not advise that for you, though, because if you do that every week, your whole team will be dead by week 6, week 7, so.
And one more look at this year's Heisman final.
I want to start selling fruits and vegetables, especially anything extra I grow. Well, Tony, I don't know exactly where you live, or maybe you've told me, but I forget. But either way, if you do have any extras, find like a local food market or a trade day or something,
And here we go.
and
This season, the
sell them
Heisman
bad boys.
Memorial Trophy is awarded to senior quarterback out of USC.
That's the USC quarterback, I'm pretty sure. I think it was, yeah. USC quarterback, yep. USC quarterback, go Burr. I want to go look at my QB stats and compare it to his QB stats. Sacks is nuts. Exactly, Tim. Best game equals most profitable now. Which, by the way, again, I'm not like stupid rich, so like I can't resonate, but it does drive me insane when billionaires and 100 millionaires do stupid things just to save a buck. Like when Chipotle is like, no more giving two scoops of meat. You got to give a scoop and a half. It's like, my brother in Christ, your company's worth $3 trillion. Who fucking cares if you get an extra half scoop of chicken? Who fucking cares? Or like fucking Little Caesars pizzas. Little Caesars pizzas used to be so good. And now they're like, due to inflation and everything else, we got to have like 3 pepperoni on 1/2 of the pizza, use as little cheese as you possibly can, and make it basically a glorified breadstick. It's like, motherfucker, you guys are... You make $100 million a month. What the fuck is your problem? What the fuck are you doing? Like, actually. Drives me insane. And then you have the guy that does the Costco hot dog. That dude has been selling $1.50 hot dogs for literally ever. And the guy's like, I will die before I change the price of my hot dogs. You know why? Because fucking Costco makes enough money that he doesn't have to fucking scalp you for a damn hot dog. My quarterback had 4,000 yards, 43 TDs, 6 picks. On the ground, he had about 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. I think that's why the USC quarterback beat me. I think the USC quarterback had better rushing stats. Yes, the USC quarterback had about 150 more yards than mine and 4 more touchdowns than mine. I don't know, though. My quarterback had the same number of interceptions and more touchdowns. Man, I hate how this game calculates the Heisman. They put way too much energy into rushing stats. Actually pisses me off. Good shit, Tony. And just so I'm clear, to be clear, I'm not saying that it's wrong for a company to want to make money. I don't think there's anything wrong with any company wanting to make money. I just think it's a bit shitty when that company is already loaded, right? Like if I'm going to some local fucking pizza joint that's owned by a 95-year-old Italian man, and that 95-year-old Italian man increases the price of my pizza by like 75 cents, I'm not gonna care. But like if fucking Papa John's or Domino's increases the price of the pizza by like $10, it's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are we doing? It's just... Let's go spend our tokens and get to simming. I'm actually really curious on how this sim's gonna go, because the last time I fast simmed with this playbook, we blew everybody out of the water. The game wasn't even close. So I'm hoping we do that again, just so you guys can see it live. Because I know if it happens off camera, no one cares and no one believes me. So, but last time I made the playoffs with this playbook, we were beating people like 45 to 20, you know, 55 to 12, and just insane scores. Is that Lincoln Riley? Who is that? I think that's Lincoln Riley. I'm so bad with the coach models in this game. Well, that Miami just scored back-to-back times off like 2 plays. And we keep getting into the red zone and not scoring. I'm assuming we're calling a lot of rushing attempts, which is why we're not scoring. Well, we won. We didn't blow out Miami, but go back and rewatch that footage. We spent more time inside our 20-yard line than they spent on our half of the field. I'm assuming what happened is we kept on calling run plays inside the red zone and either went for it or turned the ball over, because we were in our red zone so many times. Sometimes we scored, sometimes we did nothing.
And that's going to wrap it up. The loser begins a long off season, and the winner stays alive for the national championship.
Hey, Tony, I appreciate that, big dog. Have a good rest of your night, fam, and I will see you in the next one. My quarterback threw 1 pick. Did we fumble? It was the rushing attempts. That's why we were having a hard time. My RB1 had 16 carries. My quarterback had 15 carries. How many sacks were they, though? He had 15 carries, minus 3 because he had 3 sacks. He had 12 deliberate carries. I mean, we won, but the CPU just gets into this mindset where it's just like, we must run the ball every play. Which is the main reason why... Dude, I had a fucking... My safety... Dude, I love how this was the safety that you guys were talking mad shit about before this year started, and his dude just got 3 interceptions. Let's go look at the Miami stat line. See, like, this makes no sense to me. Like genuinely makes no sense. How does Miami almost win this game when their quarterback barely throws for 250 yards? He throws 0 touchdowns and 3 picks. And they had a fucking fumble. They had 4 turnovers and we almost lost? How? Dude, that's retarded. My defense has been playing literally out of its fucking mind all year, and we're somehow barely winning. 3 interceptions and a fumble, and we still almost lost that game. Okay. Sure. Whatever you say, EA. Whatever you say. My offense has one singular turnover, and it's one singular interception. We almost lose. Their offense has fucking 5 turnovers, and they're just fine. Grayson, why'd you pick Coastal Carolina? I don't pick any of my teams. So, Grayson, I think this is just your first stream. I was going to make a comment earlier. I don't remember, recall seeing your name or your profile pic in my chat very much, but I don't choose any team I ever do a rebuild with or I do a challenge with. I have a Discord linked in the description of every one of my streams and every one of my videos. And in the Discord, you guys pick what challenge I do. And then whenever the stream starts for that challenge, the first like 5 to 10 minutes of that stream is you guys picking what team. So Coastal Carolina, first, the voting went on for like a month. But first they had to pick what conference they wanted, in which like 70 people voted for the Sun Belt. And then afterwards I had to separate the Sun Belt between the east side and west side. And then when I picked the east side and west side, then they voted between Troy and Coastal Carolina, in which Coastal Carolina slaughtered Troy. I'm pretty sure Coastal Carolina won by like 100 votes. Like, Troy made it all the way to the very end and just got fucking smoked by Coastal. So, yeah, I never pick any team that we do.
This is a college football playoff.
That's a lie. I've picked one team for one challenge, but that was one of like 30 challenges. Yeah, it came from your 1.5-hour video. Hell yeah, man. Glad to see a new face. Yeah, I stream pretty much every day, Monday through Friday, and sometimes on Saturdays and Sundays, depending on the college football / NFL season. Around 6 o'clock every day. So if you have any questions, things you want to get answered, or to chill out, talk about random shit, it's a fun time. Okay, offense. Let's not almost lose a game where our defense gets 8,000 turnovers, please. Well, they scored first. And we got red zone stopped again. Why do we keep getting stopped in the red zone? Can we stop running the fucking football, please? Thank you. We finally scored in the red zone. Finally. I wonder why. So we fucking passed. We got stopped in the red zone again. Oh my god. We just lost. Dude, we scored 13 points. Oh my god. Oh my god, we scored 13 fucking points. Nope, that makes sense. My quarterback had 26 passing attempts. But we had more passing attempts than we had rushing. Yeah, it's because we ran the ball too much. I hate this fucking game.
And now the stage is set for this season's ultimate
I hate this fucking game.
We will see you at the national championship.
Oh, whoops. Wrong app. I don't understand why it's so goddamn hard for the computer to throw the fucking football. I don't get it. I genuinely just don't understand. I have 3 receivers who are 93, 93, and 94 overall. I have 3 stupidly stacked wide receivers. And my offensive coordinator and or the players on my field chose, you know what? Let's go run the ball 45 times because let's just go do that real quick. Oh my god, this game is so bad. I had twice the amount of rushing attempts that I had passing attempts. I had almost 4 times the amount of rushing attempts as I had completions. I scored 13 fucking points. We just lost, thankfully, in menu sim. We lost both times, so it's a fair loss. But I bet you when I menu sim this, we scored more than 13 points. Wow, would you look at that? We barely scored 13 goddamn points. When I simmed in the fast sim, I menu sim, we scored almost 30 points. Oh, my offense played great. That's cool. You know why my offense played great? Because we didn't spam the fucking running the football. I don't understand. I don't understand, man. I don't fucking get it. If we can keep the rushing attempts under like 25 to 30, we'll win every game. Or almost win every game. Once we start having like 45 to 50 rushing attempts, you're not going to win the game running the ball 50 fucking times. That's not going to happen. Man, that does suck. We lost an OT by a single point. We didn't go for a single field goal the entire game. Okay. We were 4 for 4 on extra points, though. Dude, they doubled our first downs. We had more yards per play, rushing yards / touchdowns, yards per rush, completion attempts and touchdowns, yards per pass. They had more yards than us. We were 4 for 13 on third down. They were 5 for 19. We were 0 for 1 on fourth down. They were 3 for 3. That's why we lost this fucking game. The sim went for a fourth down over a field goal and didn't score points, whereas their CPU went for it on all 3 attempts and got all 3 attempts, which probably resulted in field goals and touchdowns. Dude, I had 14... Dude. I hate this game. Why do I have 14 penalties for 144 yards? Why? Why? Why do I have 144 yards of penalty yards given up on penalties? Why? Did EA hear that, you know, the referees rig games and we're like, we should probably put that in our game and make the whole gameplay experience more fun? Awesome. Well, yeah, fun fact, when you give up fucking 14 penalties for 144 yards, you probably don't win that game. Who would have thought? Crazy. And boys, dude, if you okay, so I'm gonna use the Tennessee playbook. I'm not done doing any playbook testing yet, but I want to let you know there have been like 15 national championships with the Boise playbook. Just so you guys can see this. So starting in 2035, I've been using Boise for this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, yeah, 7. And then Boise was here. Boise and I have been literally in every national championship. I have used the playbook or they have used the playbook. Yeah, Boise has gone 3 consecutive national championships with their playbook, and I have won, I think, 6 of my 8 with their playbook. Yeah, I feel pretty confident in just retiring that Boise's the best book in the game. Okay, so someone told me in my YouTube comments today that if I give them what they want and back out, it'll fix the bar. So he's asking for 75. And I'm giving him 75. So if I back out and re-go into this, it should fix the screen. I was told that. I have no idea if this is true or not. Oh, it worked. It worked. He's not here anymore. Okay. So, like, as an example, this guy wants 260 bucks. So if I give him 260, he should come back, right? Nope, that didn't work. Why didn't that work? I'm so confused. So, it's not confirmed. Grayson, his deal breaker is brand exposure. I have an A+ for that. He should be coming back to my school. I have his deal breaker. Why is he unhappy? I'm giving him the money he wants. And I have the deal breaker, and he's not. He's still unhappy. Well, isn't that the point of the offer? Is to tell me he wants to go to the drafts? Oh, he's gone. No, my tackle. What the fuck? My tackle came back? Okay, this. How does my 96 overall left tackle come back, but my 94 receiver won't? My tackle just came back. He just signed his contract. He's coming back. That's why he's no longer there. My tackle just came. Why is my tackle returning? Okay, let's go try my other tackle. My right tackle came back. How about you, buddy? Do you want to come back? Holy shit, he came back. So why are my 96 tackles coming back, but not my 94 receiver? I'm going to keep it a buck with you guys. I have so much money saved up because I've been penny pinching my roster for literally ever that I could give every one of them the exact money they want, and I will still have like 1,500 NIL saved. I'm not joking. Like, I have so much money to spend that I could bring my entire class back. If they choose to come back. I don't know why. Better question, why is this guy not coming back? I guess for him, I don't have the deal breaker, though. I guess that one makes sense. But, like, this dude, he wants 130. I'm giving him 130, and I have a grade deal breaker, so he should return. He did return. This is so confusing. Why some players do come back and some players don't make no sense. Oh, he came back. Huh. What if I go over by $5? How much over do I have to go before they come back? The bar keeps changing every single time I give them more money. Oh! That one guy came back. I'm gonna figure this out. Oh, that guy came back. Okay, so it looks like the bar is not updating live. I thought so. Looks like the bar is not updating. So I have to then go in and give them more money and back out and re-update the bar. Now, this is a ridiculous amount of money. Now, I have, again, 1,500 in the bank, so, like, I'm good. But, like, can you dickheads come back, please? Oh, you came back. Okay, dickhead 1 came back. What about dickhead 2? Oh, dickhead 2 came back. Okay, we're good now. So I just spent, like, 1,000 NIL to bring my whole team back. That's not bad. Got $1,700 to work with, though. I'm not going to use... You know what, actually, chat? Some big brain strat. I just conceived of an idea. So you know how the transfer portal... Wait, why'd my quarter... What do you mean extremely low? Wait, what do you mean extreme? I just gave you a bunch of money. Thank you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I just gave you money. What was the point of doing all that if you're not going to take my money? I just fucking sat there and twiddled my dick for 3 minutes to do nothing? Why even let me negotiate with them, EA, if they're just going to say, fuck your money, I'm going to the NFL? That makes no fucking sense. That's stupid. Well, like I was trying to say before the game rudely interrupted my train of thought, I think you're better off just not using the portal and just saving... I think you're better off just saving the money that you were going to spend on the portal and just save that for returning your players. Now, obviously, I just lost players anyway, so it's not going to matter because I lost players, so... But... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 first... Oh my god, first stars. 14 first round picks, 1, 2, 3, 3 second round picks, and a third round pick. I'm kind of annoyed though. Like, what was the... Wait, my quarter... Wait. Did my quarterback get drafted? Wait, why did my quarterback get drafted? I literally brought you back though. Did I bring anybody back? Did I bring anybody? Did anybody come back? Or did I just lose my... What the fuck was the point of giving them all of that money if they just left? I am confused. Well, no, because some guys came back because I still have $1,700. Wait, do you not get your money back if they get drafted? I am so... Wait. I'm so perplexed. Did the game just take my money and fuck me? There's no way. There is no way the players who I just re-signed that got drafted, there's no way they just took my money and left. There is no shot I just spent almost 1,500 points on players who didn't come back. There's no shot. I'm tricking. I'm tweaking, right? Please tell me I'm tweaking. If I just spent money on players that aren't on my roster, I am breaking my controller. I also don't have any edges, so I kind of have to get those. Yeah, if my money doesn't update next week, I am going to write somebody a very convoluted email. You get it back next week? Well, yeah, but I'm not going to fucking need it next week because by then all the 5 stars are gone and 4 stars from the portal that don't suck. Like, what's the point of giving me my money back the week after I need it? I should have my money right now. I need the money now. Why are you giving me the money after I need it? What's the point of giving me my cash back after the sale ends? Imagine if you go to Walmart, buy one, get one for $1, and Walmart's like, you can only get the sale after like 4 p.m. Yeah, but the store closes at 3:30. Yeah, we know. It's like, what the fuck's the point? That's stupid. Okay, I'm gonna done crashing out. I'm gonna go rechat. Yeah, Schnoz, I just, it's confusing. Hey, RFP. Well, I'm trying to be the best coach I can, but, you know. This game, there's my money back. Yeah, I got my money back the week afterwards. Oh, shit, this game is fucking awesome. This game is awesome. I literally just got all my money back for the players I didn't get to keep the week afterwards. That is just peak, bro. That's fucking peak. It's like, I'm glad I got my money back now, because it would be a shame if I had my money for last week. The week when I actually fucking needed my money, but it's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. We're having a fine time, right, chat? I'm having a very fine time. Totally not losing my marbles over the design of this game. Toby Helps, how you doing, man? That's so stupid, Jace. The rebuild's going okay. Just lost the confusing game in the playoffs where our actually, I need corners. But like they're gone. They're all gone. They're all gone. I didn't fucking have them in week 1, and because we're in week 2, they're all gone. So that's cool. If you ever want to see just how truly useless something can be, wait till EA Sports gets their hands on it. It'll make you re-question reality. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with my class, and if we have some deficiencies in the O-line, the quarterback can deal with it. It's going all right. All right. The funds will be returned 7 to 10 business days. That sounds about right, Tim. What conference you in? I'm in the SEC right now. I'm gonna run through the SEC probably 1 or 2 more times, and I'll make my super conference. Because I won't be training my draft guys no more. I mean, I listen, man. We're trying the best we can, right? We're trying so hard, man. Also, why is it? I know they're gonna patch this, and I wish I could have put this in my fucking YouTube video today, but can someone explain to me how this is a 5-star safety in the portal, and no one but me and Boise's going after him? And I would put Boise's in like air quotes because Boise's not really trying to get him. Boise's like, here's the bare minimum offer. Have fun. I know they're putting a patch out for this Thursday, but how in the fuck does that get past QA testers? I'm gonna win because I have perks, but that's fucking insane to me. I mean, he's not gonna develop, but that's not the point. Why'd my coach stability go down? What? Oh, got the 5-star safety. That's cool. Okay, chat, you guys know how this game works. Over or... Shut the fuck up. He came back. What? What? How did he come back? He got drafted. All 3 of them did. I swear you can go back and rewatch the footage. I had 3 94 overall receivers all go in the first round. Why is he back on my team? I mean, I'll take it, but that's not the point. Why is he back on my team? I mean, no one else stayed. He was the only guy that stayed, so. Fuck it, we ball, I guess. I don't know. He's the only soldier who came back, so that's cool. Chat, how many elite devs do you think we have? How many elite devs do you think we get, chat? As you guys see, we got 30 guys on the board, so I'm hoping to get at least like between 12 to 15 elite devs. That'd be nice. Also, how much did I spend on my class? Oh, all right, chat. You know, I only signed 12 5-stars and 18 4-stars for $2,500. Oh, or Alabama was right behind me at $5,000 with 6 5-stars and 25 4-stars, and in third place was Ohio State with $4,000 spent for 4 5-stars. This game is so stupid. This game is so stupid. Well, let's go ahead and count our elite devs. How many elite devs can we snag? Oh, there's our first one. 1 elite dev. Damn, the 99 speed dude is star dev? That's annoying. The 98 speed running backs? Oh my god. Okay, we're fucking me here. How? Okay. 99 speed corner star dev. Fine. 98 speed running back impact dev makes no sense. 98 speed My future Calvin Johnson. Star Dev, disappointing. Elite Dev halfback, though. This guy's Elite Dev. That makes sense. There's 2 Elite Devs. There's 3 Elite Devs. A 96 speed receivers impact Dev. That's okay. There is 4 Elite Devs. Quarterback Star Dev. That hurts. He's also Star Dev. That hurts. Impact, we are just going down so fast. Impacts. Oh my god, this class is so bad. Star. Okay, 5 Elite Devs. Okay. We can hopefully salvage this. Hopefully. Impact. 6 Elite Devs. 7 Elite Devs. Fuck. 8 Elite Devs. Hey, we're cooking. Impact, fuck. Star, fuck. Impact. Star. I think it's 9. Was that 9 Elite Devs? Wait, 1. I think it was 9. 9 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We had fucking 9 Elite Devs. That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. We signed 30 people and only 30% were Elite Devs. Oh, so bad. We got hoed on so many Impact Devs. I think we legit signed like 15 Impact Devs, 5 Star Devs. No. Be 15, 7, and 8. Either way. Absolute shitload of Impact Devs. That hurts. That fucking hurts. Well, I'm glad homie's back, Schnoz, because this dude is pretty good, as you can see. He's pretty good, so should pop off. Boo. Dude, my wide receiver room is just this is so funny. 95 overall elite dev, eating a bunch of my NIL, and then just average, and then bad. This shit fell apart so quickly. Oh, that's too funny. Hey, 26 likes to the stream. Appreciate y'all. Okay, gotta put the phone down and get this team ready for our next year of sim. Okay, so we have one linebacker, which looks like is going to be a Sam. Holy shit. We'll throw this guy at Mike. I can go play Sam. Look at my D tackles. Look at my D tackles. They got like 15. Dude, okay. I might have to cut some guys off my roster this year. This is my shit's overinflated. Holy God. Can I even move him to play edge? I mean, supposedly I can. It's just a few. Technically, I'm supposed to be moving the fast one to play edge, but... Like, this guy's 87 speed. He should be playing edge. That's for sure. I don't know, though. I think we have enough D tackles to just do whatever we want with. You can put this guy play Sam. Grayson, maybe. See, this is the problem, Grayson. If you guys ever catch me in a different game, I am a loot goblin, okay? If I'm playing 7 Days to Die, State of Decay 2, any game that has looting, I am a loot fiend. I will loot everything, even if I don't need the shit I'm looting. And so what happened was I was scouting all those D tackles, and I found too many gems. And I was like, I can't... It's like, you know, that liberal woman who has 1,000 cats, right? She just needs more cats. To me, it's like they're gems. I have to go get them. I'm like Thanos. I have to collect me some stones. These are the green rubies are red. These are the green emeralds that I gotta have, and it's fine. They'll figure it out. They'll do something. It's fine. And they'll figure it out. Where'd that safety go? Where's the... Where's the 5-star safety I signed? He was a freshman. I guess he's a... Oh, it's probably this guy, actually. No, he's a box... Wait, he was a hybrid. Was it you? I think it was him. I don't know where he went. He's just... Someone's getting moved to play corner because our corners are in fucking dire repair. I also have 3 senior receivers, so we need some receivers. Mr. 98 speed, he can play wide receiver. That's fine. Or he could play corner. Am I a psychopath, chat, for having a 98 speed, 6'4" corner on my field? Am I a psychopath for wanting a 99 speed Calvin Johnson on my field? Nah, he's going to go be a wide receiver because he's going to get 3 stacks of talent dev this year, so he's being a wide receiver. I mean, you're 6'3", 230. You could play edge. You wouldn't be particularly good at doing it, but you can. The issue is he can play running back, but we have like 20 of them. I don't know what to do. I might have, chat, I might have done the funnies and recruited too many players. Oopsies. I mean, dude, elite dev, like, I can't... What do I do? I have too many. I need wide receivers. I need corners, too. Oh, I'm so fucked. I mean, a tight end role wouldn't be that bad for him. I guess Mr. Chad can go play... And they'll both go play corner. That's fine. We're low on DB anyways. Now, what the hell do I do with this running back? The issue is no change of direction. So, he can't play receiver, corner, or safety. I feel like linebacker would be his best spot. I guess. Chat, my roster is going to be overfilled by like 30 spots. This is going to be so bad. What do I do here? I mean, do I do it for the memes and make him a running back and he can be my 9th string running back? Oh, shit. Nah, we'll throw him at linebacker. He'll be a solid backer. If he ever gets his hands on the ball, he'll be amazing just running through people, but... Okay, here's the fun part. Who do we play where? Who plays where? Oof. Recruiting does not scale appropriately at all this year. What does that mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I agree, Grayson. I agree. Cost an arm and a leg to go get a 5-star or a 3-star early on, but then cost nothing to get 5 and 4 stars towards the end. I agree. Hey, chat, should I do the funnies or no? Yeah, he's probably not worth doing it to, actually. He's a normal dev. Who is starting where? Oh, I don't even know. Oh, I don't know who's starting where. Fuck, my O-line is filled with a bunch of just mid-80s guys. I think the elite dev has to play left tackle. For sure. He becomes an agile left tackle. That makes no fucking sense, but whatever. Do it. Well, I think Carver, this will actually hurt me, but fuck it, we'll do the funny thing. I'm pretty sure because he's normal dev, I'm actually going to make him worse by doing this, but we'll see. Fix your skill caps or make them worse. Yo! We fixed him! Wow, chat. He now has a bunch of skill caps and pass blocking and IQ. Oh, we're so cool. We fixed him. Hey, that exploit's still in the game, by the way. We should be fine. He's a senior. Okay. Boatload of junior edges. My army of D-tackles. Oh, chat. Dude, we were so fucked when I advanced this week. Whatever. Let's just rip the band-aid off now. I'm gonna have to cut like 40 guys off my team. No! Chat, you were supposed to remind me to break his skill caps. Oh, I have a bad quarterback this year. Oh, he's so bad. Oh shit, I broke the skill caps for the center and not the quarterback. Oh my god, I wrote myself a little note next to me saying break skill caps on next year's QB and forgot to do it. Well, this is gonna suck. We can go max IQ. That's not gonna do much because his only 2 upgrades left are fucking quickness, which is 20, and power, which is 20, so. Dude, I forgot to break his skill caps. That is, I guess I'll buy ahead. It's gonna be the worst quarterback I've ever had. This is the worst quarterback I've ever had start for me in like 20 years. How do you break skill caps? You move them out of their native family tree. So like, I'll show you guys in a second. Well, I can't show you now. It's the week's past, but I'll show you what classifies. Damn, that fucks. That fucks? No, that sucks. Fuck. My comma didn't go in that sense where I probably should have put it. Outside Life? Dope name. Morning, everyone. Great vid yesterday. Today, basically. Do you think EA will fix all the problems? Fuck no. Fuck no. I think outside, if we're being generous, I think EA probably fixes 30% of the problems with this game. And 30% is me being very generous. I don't see them doing 30%. I think they might fix like 2 or 3 pain points. That's probably it. If that. Because they didn't do anything last year. That's the thing I said a lot in my comments on the video I posted for you yesterday, but for me, like 5 hours ago. Well, I got a lot of comments, people being like, do you think they'll fix it? And I'm like, well, they didn't fix it last year, so why would they fix it this year? which is like the truth. Like if they didn't fix it in all of CFP 26, what would compel them to do it now? Not to be a smartass, but it's just like more than likely what they'll do is they'll fix the bare minimum to make the game playable. But then after they fix the bare minimum, they're probably just saving for the rest of those updates for next year. Because you guys got to remember, EA has to give you an excuse to play the game next year, and the game after that, and the game after that, and, you know, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So, more than likely, this game was as problematic as it was by design, and they did that to incentivize you to buy the game next year. So more than likely, all the issues that we've had in CFP 25, CFP 26, and now CFP 27, more than likely, these are not going to get fixed until probably like CFP 30. And then by CFP 30, we'll have a new set of issues and you know, new problems and new things that'll have to get handled and all that shit. So that's kind of how the game operates, is that when the game comes out, they'll fix a couple things. And then someone's having a hard time with the LSU playbook they just put in chat. That's... I've never used it, so I can't give you pointers on a playbook I've never used. But yeah, no, they'll fix a few things, right? Like, I do feel like they're going to fix the AI recruiting logic. I think that's a slam dunk. I think that... Wait, aren't you the East-West? Or no, you're the elusive bruiser. Oh. I think the AI logic is really easy to fix. But the rest of it? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. I could be wrong. I will happily say... You know, I will apologize to EA for shitting on them if they do, you know, correct me, but I don't think they will. How is this guy not a 99 overall receiver? Are you fucking kidding me? How is this dude a 90? Dude, this is the shit I'm referring to. What the fuck? This guy is 98 speed, 97 plus, actually 95 plus catching, 96 plus route running, 95 plus elusiveness, with mid 90s for awareness. How the fuck are you not a... You know what? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Next receiver. Yeah, Carver, there's a ton of cheesy shit like that you can do. Yeah, I'll explain the skill cap thing in a moment, Grayson. Tim, fix implies they get it right or just address it. True. Oh yeah, they'll definitely address it. Now, will they fix it? Probably not. Outside, I have CP27, but I am still playing 26 because of the issues. Very smart man. If I didn't have a YouTube channel to maintain and I was just playing the game on my own free time, I would 100% not play this game in my free time. I would be still playing 26, because even though 26 has a ton, and I mean a ton of problems, which it does, they don't have... It doesn't even hold a tenth of the problems this game has. So yeah, it's sad to say, but it is what it is. 26, the coach builds were so much better. I mean, we're going to swap to the Tennessee playbook this year. If this Tennessee playbook doesn't put up stupid numbers, then I don't know how it won't, because I have 1,000 overall receivers. So, wait, what are you again? You're an elusive route runner. I cannot upgrade your elusiveness or route running, or I am fucked. So we'll compensate by doing IQ enhance. Okay, if you could... You know what? We'll do power for the rest of your shit, because I can't afford you getting drafted. Perfect. Perfect. Next year, we'll make you go pro. Grayson, 94 to 95 is the new... Yeah. 100%. Which is why when I eventually do start shitting out 99 overalls, like actual 99s in this game, it's gonna be fucking glorious. I cannot wait. Also, that guy's a fucking stained mustache. Get done with this last wide receiver, and I will explain the skill cap breaking strat, which has been in the game since, I believe... Not I believe. I know for a fact it was in the game in 25, but they fixed it in 25, and they have yet to fix it in the other two games, which is just astounding how a bug can persist and just they don't fix it. But it's also EA, so... So we'll go back to the center. The center was like the easiest example I can give you. Or not the easiest, but the example I'm going to give you because we just did this. So I haven't upgraded anything on this center, Grayson. Before I broke this dude's skill caps, he had maxed IQ and he had max pass blocking. So I physically couldn't make his IQ or pass blocking improve, which specifically for him, it was the worst two stats you could have because he's a pass protector, right? IQ and pass protecting is the two most important stats. So the fact they were capped was really bad for him. I could have upgraded power, I could have upgraded run blocking, but it wouldn't have changed his overall enough to really matter. How this glitch works is that each skill group or position group has a family. If you ever want to know who is in whose family, just go into the perk section. It doesn't have to be recruiters, it's in every single perk, but go into the perk section and whatever cluster is in that perk section is a family. So, for example, quarterbacks are their own family. Running backs and fullbacks are their own family. Tight ends and wide receivers are their own family. You're kind of getting the point here. All of the offensive line are their own family. Secondary DBs is free safety, strong safety, and cornerback. Linebacker is strong side, weak side, and inside linebacker, right? They're families. If you pluck someone out of their family tree, so in this example, I moved my lineman, who is in this tree, I made him a tight end, which plucked him out of his tree and put him in a tree he's not supposed to be. Which, as a result, made that lineman like a 70 overall tight end because he's not supposed to be a tight end, and it, destroyed his skill caps beyond the point of redemption. However, where the glitch occurs is if you just simply move them back to their original spot, which for us, we moved him back to center, it breaks his skill caps to being brand new. Now, unfortunately, I have privated all of my old VODs, Grayson, but you can ask people in chat who was here to testify. You could do this an infinite number of times, and how it works is EA can't take away the stats you already have. So if I have 95 strength, and I do it 1,000 times and keep upgrading in increments of like 1 or 2 or 5 or whatever I'm upgrading in, eventually he'll reach 99 and they can't take that. EA can never take away your stats. They can prevent you from getting new stats, but they can't take away what you already have. Which is how I was able to last year get an entire team of nothing but kickers and punters to win a bunch of Super Bowls and national championships and just run through the game. And so he was originally a lineman. I moved him to a tight end, which broke his skill caps to be bad in a bad way. Then I moved him back to his native home, which is lineman, and it resets his skill caps. That is the reason, if you're curious, why EA no longer allows you to hoard tokens. Because this exploit was the reason why, or one of the few reasons why I was able to turn anybody into anything I want with any stat I want. How EA chose to fix this problem was rather than fixing the glitch, which is every single time you move somebody around, it resets their skill caps. Rather than fixing that glitch, like they did in 25, they just will prevent you from spending tokens now. Because they can't, they're putting a band-aid, like you just lost your arm and you're bleeding to death, rather than cauterizing the wound or putting a tourniquet, tourniquet, EA put a band-aid on your open hole. So yeah, the glitch still works in this game. You can still break skill caps. The only difference is now you can't do it more than once. But as you can see right now, that's all I really have to do is do it once. I don't need to break skill caps 17,000 times. All I have to do it is one time. And just like that, I have just converted a 85 overall center that had a 0.0 chance to ever do anything in life into a 90. And again, he's normal dev, so he only got 30 tokens to play with. If this was an elite dev player, he would have like 75 to 85 tokens, and I could just go back and forth. But again, the glitch is still in the game. I figured that out in the beta very quickly, and I am very annoyed it's still in the game. And it probably will never leave the game. Because like I've mentioned, if EA could fix it, they would have fixed it, and they haven't. So, there you go. Let me finish this season, Grayson, and if you're still here, I'll do it live with you. That way you can see it for yourself. That way you can... It's your save file, it's your league. You can do whatever you want, but if you do this in my online dynasty that I will be hosting in a couple days, the draft is scheduled to be on the 17th. You will get banned. Trust me, I can tell when you're manipulating the game to give yourself stats you're not supposed to have. Oh, my batteries just died, finally. My battery's been low for like an hour. I was waiting for my batteries to go. Yeah, eventually, Carver. I'll play Ultimate Team eventually. My boy pulled Bo Jackson a couple days ago, so he has 1 million coins. I'm at 300k. We might do some squads content together. We'll see. Yeah, the North Carolina user, exactly. Yeah, I've booted many people from my league because of that shit. Punter kicker rebuild is the reason EA made you spend points. I believe so, yes. I believe I'm the reason. This might sound a little narcissistic, but I think we all can agree. I think I'm the only person to discover half these glitches that are in the game. And what's funny about me is other content creators and other YouTubers will then hide this information and put it behind a paywall. But I am not like scummy YouTubers who make you pay for everything. I will just show you how to do it, explain it to you. So I believe I am the reason why a lot of stuff was changed last year. I am the reason why the Georgia playbook got neutered. I am the reason why the Ohio State playbook got neutered. I am probably the reason why they changed many aspects of this game. The good example, though, was the win streak. That 255 game win streak we went on. Like the week after that stream or that series ended, there was an update that changed the Ohio State playbook. So I know they watch my content, and I'm sure this year they're gonna do changes again like last year. But I'll still figure something else out new. Got the gist? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, Schnoz. No, I never broke skill caps in any of my streams unless chat allowed me to. Every single time I was doing a challenge run or a rebuild, because it would literally break the game. You could turn any player into anything. Great example was me turning fucking anemic punters and kickers into O linemen, and they were fine because I could, if you just do it enough, you can do it. So I never chose to do that unless chat allowed me to, which was far few in between, but yeah. Grayson, I can't read because chat just moved. I love chat. Dumb glitch probably won't be doing it because it takes a lot of fun and excitement out of the lane. Oh, 100%. It defeats the entire purpose of like having good players, and yeah, it genuinely destroys the game. But some people don't have any self-restraint, so. Yes, Schnoz, I am the reason. I am the reason why the Georgia playbook got gutted. I won like 15 straight Heismans with the Georgia playbook. And then I make a YouTube video about the Georgia playbook, and not even 3 days later, there was a fucking... I forget what it's called, but it's not a software update. Or a title update. I forget what they're called, but it's like a small update. It's like a mini update. And in that mini update, they specifically changed how the slot receiver worked for the Georgia playbook. Which cracked me the fuck up. It's like, wow, you guys wait until after I make my YouTube video showing people how to get like 30 Heismans in a row? Insane. Outside, I'm interested in your online sim dynasty, but because from a different time zone, am new to CFB, I'm hesitant. Well, luckily for you, the sim league is virtually hands off. All you really have to do is set your lineup and do the recruiting, and the rest gets done for you. Because for the sim dynasty outside, you can't play the game. And I'm gonna have to implement a rule. Patch or a hotfix? Thank you, Tim. Yeah, it was a hotfix. They hotfixed the Georgia playbook not even 3 days after I made the video. And it was a pretty dramatic change because the receiver went from getting like 2,700 yards and like 40 touchdowns to like 1,500 yards and like 12 touchdowns. It was a pretty dramatic change. I could tell they changed it. I believe what was probably going on in sim with the Georgia playbook is that the Georgia playbook last year was mostly RPOs. I think what was going on in sim is that they would just spam the RPOs, and so you would just have one receiver get like 25 catches a game. So yeah, it was pretty funny that I did that on stream. I made a video about it, and not even a couple days later, there was hot fixed into oblivion. But yeah, outside the sim one is literally the only way you're going to be able to watch your team play is if you stream it. So I haven't determined yet if we're going to be doing coach mode or not in that series, because I don't think coach actually. You guys can answer it. I know I was supposed to like 8 minutes ago get good batteries, but I'm distracting myself. Can you guys do coach mode in online games? So like if I'm Indiana with coach mode on, and then I'm playing Carver, who's Michigan State, and he has coach mode on, can we play against each other with coach mode? Or does coach mode only work versus the AI? Because if you could do coach mode versus coach mode against people, I'll do that, but I don't think you can. So yeah, let me go get my batteries real quick. I'll be right back. Oof. I have a feeling you can't use coach mode online. Oh, his hands are going up a lot. Why is the vertical threat? Oh, shit. I might have to dump the rest of this shit into blocking and IQ. Never mind. Yeah, it also looks like with the EA archetype rework that EA really doesn't like it when they have dead stats. Which is cool. I can appreciate dead stats, but That motherfucker is gonna get drafted next year immediately. One thing I like is now that they show you prospects, the sell and the transfer portal 0.5 EA favor. Yeah, them showing the hard sell for the guy you're going for the portal is a very nice quality of life update. Along with them showing you the hard sell for the recruiting thing, I also agree. It's nice not that, you know, jump between tabs back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for what's their hard sell. Very nice. Wait, are you still a well-rounder? You're not, actually. That means I can do this. Didn't I upgrade your strength last year? Oh, you're brand new. We'll do 3 strength upgrades and all run blocking, and you should be fine. Yeah, Jason, I might turn mine off. I might turn the catch meter off. Ugh. Just because it's going to be very annoying to drop interceptions. At least if EA makes me drop a pick, I can blame EA. Oof. $95. Oh, he's 106 tokens? Damn. I mean, they're all going into strength, but... This guy is nothing but strength. He's an 84. That's insane. Oh, William did record some of his matches, I'm pretty sure. William was Pittsburgh last year. Already spent those tokens. Ooh. Chat, I don't look forward to playing my first person. That's just gonna be so ass. Ooh. This guard's actually gonna be pretty good. If I could have kept him for one more year and got that strength up, oh, he'd be so good. Chat, do you guys think we win the Natty with the Tennessee playbook? Yes or no? Because I have a feeling that we might not do it with the Washington book or the Tennessee book, but we'll see. I don't know. The Boise book is just growing on me the more I use it, which is not good because I'm supposed to be non-biased, but the Boise book is so good. It's very good. Damn, bro. This guy's a fiend. You got this? Oh, Jace. Oh, I can tell you for a fact it's ass on defense. The amount of YouTubers and content creators I've seen drop picks because of that shit's insane. I know there's settings where you can choose, like, what distance you can do the button for. But I don't know. It's... From what I've seen, again, I've not actually done it myself. So from what I've seen, it kind of looks like you get on defense, depending on how deep the pass is, virtually no reaction. Like, unless your opponent's just throwing a Hail Mary or a deep lob. Like, if they're throwing a short or intermediate pass, it's, like, instant. So, especially if you're switch sticking or switching around, you're not going to have time to switch stick or move around and then click on and then get the catch. And you're just going to red bar it or red pass it and then get no pick. So, specifically on defense, I don't think it's going to work hardly at all. Offense, I think it can, but with how I play my offense, I don't really throw passes like that. There's several people in this chat that have played me in my online league and they know how my offense works. I don't throw the ball your way unless I know you're open. I don't really ever throw contested passes, so I don't really worry about, is he going to catch it? It's like, he's going to catch it. I've done it on purpose, so if you throw like Ags, then I'm sure you're happy as hell, but I don't really throw Ags, so. This edge rusher I should have kept for one more year. I made a mistake by forcing him out the door this year. Should have kept him for one more year. Maybe I can get him to come back with money, but I'm just going to assume I can't. Which isn't like a bad thing to have. Oh, I'm one token short? Fuck you. Well, good shit, Schnoz. I wish you the best of luck, man. Those early matchups are so key. Get a really bad bracket early on, you might lose some games you really shouldn't be losing. Hey, Caleb, how you doing, man? Been a minute. What you been up to, man? Ooh, you're a power rusher. He's a power rusher with all of his tokens into finesse move. Ah. I'm smart. Beastly sweat a bit. You're funny. William, you do remember I played a guy last year that literally was glitching through my O-line every snap, and I still ran for like 300 on that man, right? Which, by the way, that is so fucking funny. I did that to him. I had a guy literally doing this, the fucking D-tackle dry humping tech. And I still ran for like 280. Shit cracks me up. The guy had a free dude glitching through my line and still couldn't tackle me. Which is kind of impressive. Like, if you're going to glitch the game and be a cunt, at least don't miss wide open tackles. Yeah, Schnoz, how the CPU handles crunch time is very funny. Which is why I can't wait to, like, turn my aggro up soon. I want my players to be so immune to the EA's bullshit that... Because currently I'm on very low aggro. Which you can tell. But we're still choking leads. Won't be happening too long, though. If I could manually go in, I'd just make them try to score touchdowns every drive, but unfortunately, I can't. Is your online Dynasty only sim? No. We will be having an online Dynasty with gameplay and then one for sim. Two different leagues. I'm doing 2 different leagues because there were several people in the online league who wanted to participate in that league, but they didn't have the skills to do so at an effective amount. And there's lots of people who want to have fun. And so I figured the easiest way of doing it would be separating the two, having one just for sim and one for the actual gameplay. Which is funny because I'm still going to ban people in the online league for violating one of the very few rules there are, and it's going to crack me up when I do that because all I'm going to say is, hey, if you want to be a normal person, go to the sim league. If you want to be a dork, go to the gameplay league, and I'm still going to probably have to separate the two, so. Ooh, he jumped so much overall. Oh, that's so bad for me. He's a 90. He wasn't supposed... I might lose all 3 of my linebackers this year. They're all above 85. Obviously, I'll try to retain them with money, but money's like so inconsistent. Like, I'll give them the money they want, and they'll still choose to leave. So it's like, what's the point even calling it money they want when they're still choosing to leave? Can we do both, William? Probably, but I'm gonna say no for now. I don't have a idea currently of what people do or don't want to join. So at the moment, I'm going to assume there's going to be 32 people who want to join one and 32 people that want to join the other. And I want to give everybody as much of a chance to join who wants to join. So for the initial answer, no, but if there's not enough people in one or the other, then yes. If we end up having a full 32-man online league, and we only have about 12 or 20 or whatever the number ends up being for the Sim League, I'll probably open it up to do both. Which, by the way, for the new people that will be joining the online Dynasty for both the Sim and the non-Sim one, I could assure you, I don't have that many rules to follow. There's kind of become this misconception that the rules are some foreign object that, of course, I can't follow the rules because you make the rules up as you go. No, the same rules that were there when we started the league are the same rules that are there now. I can assure you, you break the rules, you cheat the game, you cheat me, or you cheat anybody else, you will be caught, you will be quartered, and you will be removed. I'm going to give this speech the same day we're doing teams, and I already can tell you that people are going to break the rules and get bounced and get mad. But so far, if you include the entire lifespan of CFB 26, every person minus one who was accused of cheating was confirmed to be cheating. So, my hit rate is pretty high at spotting a cheater. Just keep that in mind. So when you think about doing something stupid, don't do it. PSA. Nah, what were most of the cheaters doing? Technically, I was going to make a whole video about this last year, but the thing kind of died. But the number one rule that got broke that resulted in the most people actually getting kicked. Wait, can I do this without you getting drafted? Oh, I can. Sweet. But the rule that the most people broke that resulted in them getting kicked was the excessive stat one. Like the dude that had 13 sacks in one game because he was spamming a cheese blitz at the AI. That was a funny one. Or the dude that had 3,000 yards receiving with, I forget what his name is, the South Carolina receiver that has 99 speed. Not Roman Harper. Whatever the fuck his name is, the fast receiver for South Carolina. The guy had like 3,000 yards receiving by week 7 or 6. Who else? Some other funny ones. Oh, the VT user that got booted because he spammed nothing but QB runs to inflate his numbers to win a Heisman. Dude had like fucking 35 rushing touchdowns with his quarterback by like week 10. And his running backs combined for like 3 touchdowns themselves. Like, it's the excessive stat one is just so funny because that is probably the easiest one to get caught doing. Like, I shouldn't have to explain to you why your receiver shouldn't have 3,000 yards receiving in like 6 weeks. I shouldn't have to explain to you why your edge rusher shouldn't have 13 sacks in one game. I shouldn't have to explain, like, that's the one that got the most people caught. Which to me is the easiest one to not get charged with. It's really not that hard. And then the other rule that got a ton of people caught and bounced was the exploit with the skill caps. The North Carolina user got caught doing it, and forget the other guy that got caught doing it. And then the Michigan user was allegedly doing it, and then he was found not guilty, which was the only person who ever got accused of cheating and didn't get found guilty. But those 2 rules pretty much got almost everybody kicked. Which is the reason why I had to eventually implement a fucking score limit. Because dudes were dropping like 115 points on the AI. And it was so annoying because it would be pretty much the same 3 degenerates winning all the awards. Because, you know, shocker, you really can't win a Heisman when the other person's quarterback has like 12,000 yards passing. Because he's scoring 100 plus points on the fucking AI. So that's the rule that got people popped the most, which is sad because I feel like that is the easiest one to not do. And then obviously the skill cap one. Why does your D tackle have 99 jumping and 99 strength but like 80 block shed? Well, that doesn't make any fucking sense now, does it there, buddy? Schnoz, my definition of cheating is anything that breaks my rules. However, though, I would be willing to bet that I'm going to actually have a cheater in my league this year. I'm going to ban computer players from my league. If you aren't playing on a console, you're not going to be in my league. But there's going to be PC players that play this game. They are going to cheat like they do in 2K and like they do in MLB. So I'm just going to not allow PC players in my league. If you want to be in my league, you got to be on a console. I don't care if it's PlayStation or an Xbox, but it must be a console. How do you join these leagues, Grayson? They are a Discord / live stream privilege. So probably like a day before we do the drafting, which another thing, Grayson, you're relatively new. Just like how I don't choose any of the teams I rebuild, chat decides my team. Nobody in the online league will choose what team they play. I have a giant roulette wheel that has every single 3-star team on it, and I will spin the wheel to determine what order we pick players in. By pick players, I mean like users like me and you. And then I have a second wheel that will determine what players or what teams go to what players. It's the fairest system I can do because from my general experience, how most online dynasties devolve is about, give or take, of course, the first 5 or so people pick the OP teams. And then the rest of the teams kind of get fucked. So, the fairest way I can do this is by no one choosing what team you get. Pure luck decides what team you get. Oh, I only got to cut 3 guys off my team. That's not that bad. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I am kind of tempted to cut my current quarterback off my team. He's a very small upgrade over my backup. And I don't have talent developer for the QBs, so pay it forward won't really matter for me. Ugh. But yeah, just you got to be in the Discord. You have to be in the live stream. I will put names down. And again, I'm also assuming last year when we did this, Grayson, there was barely enough people to start the league. So I really didn't have to worry about roster slots and you know, if there's enough spots. It was kind of like, oh, you want to do it? Cool. And so this year, if we're lucky, there'll be a couple people, there'll be, you know, enough people to do it that, you know, I can really enjoy. I gotta figure out what 3 people I gotta cut off my team. And before you ask, no, I am not gonna cut my 15 D tackles because I like these guys. I like my big boys. Ooh. I mean, honestly, I don't want to, but my backup middle linebacker is a good cut. He's like slightly too high of an overall to come back. Yeah, I wasn't expecting... I mean, I knew I was going to be over my limit, but I wasn't expecting to be, you know, to pull these... Man, honestly... They're all star dev and elite dev. This is so annoying. This shit always hurts my soul, man. Just because we got it pretty good at corner or at safety depth, I'm going to go ahead and cut these 2. Their impact, actually... No, I'm going to stick to my guns. I am going to cut the 2 impact dev safeties. And next year, just move some of my free safeties to strong safety to refill depth. So I got to cut 1 more guy. And that's going to be a running back. Fuck this north-south blocker. Okay. New year, new us. Yeah. I might have to also implement new rules, Snodge. We'll see. Why are my facilities regressing when I have the... I guess the perk goes away. I didn't think about that till just now. Yeah, the fucking perk goes away every year. Shit. I get it. I get it. Yes, I want the fucking thing. Yes. Am I still a 5-star? I am. Sean, exclusive. Love your name. Reminds me of Exclusive Ace. How many natties have you won so far? I think we're at 8. Let me go check, Sean. Drew, our coach XP goals not working for receiving dynasty points. Some are bugged, Sean. Some are bugged. I have won 8 natties. I know I've lost 1. Possibly 2. But I know I've won 8 natties. Here's our stats so far if you guys want to have a little peek. I have a 84% win rate. I've had 19 winning seasons. I'm 30-5 in the playoffs. I've won 86% of my playoff games. 8 natties won, 12 conference titles, 84 first-round picks, and 176 second through third round picks, and 5 top 5 classes. Yeah, Drew, a few of them are busted. The one that comes to mind immediately is the signing players by like bowl week or something like that. Playoff weeks. You can get there, and sometimes they just don't count. We'll do Sac State, why not? We'll beat Sac State. We will beat Georgia Southern. And we will mollywop South Bama. Who do we play in our regular season, though? Play top 5 Tennessee, top 5 Texas, Oklahoma, and Bama. Jesus. Jesus. And A&M. Holy fuck. Our SEC schedule's a gauntlet this year. Nuts. No, Drew. We've been using the Washington playbook these last couple of years, and it's okay. It's okay. It's a very, very, very balanced playbook, the Washington book. So if you want to have, 3 receivers get about 1,300 yards each, and 2 running backs get about 1,000 yards each, and just everything's really open with that playbook. It was pretty good for Menu Sim. We won almost all of our games in Menu Sim, and then we lost our only playoff game in Menu Sim with it. So we had one loss. I tried it with a pocket passer QB. I tried it with an athletic QB. It works better with the athletic QB than the pocket passer. It's not bad, but it's not Boise. So now we're going to be doing Tennessee. And Tennessee is probably going to wrap it up for me because I've used Ole Miss, I've used Choklahoma, I've used USC, I have used Boise, I've used Tennessee, I've used about 10 playbooks. And unequivocally, Boise was just putting up the dumbest numbers year in, year out consistently. So I want to keep my eye out for more playbooks and for future rebuilds, I'll be using more playbooks. But for the time being, it's like Boise is in like a tier of its own, and then like everybody else is just below it. And then defensively, I just started using the 4-2-5 zone blitz. And I was getting really crazy numbers, a lot of interceptions, lots of sacks. But was it that much better than the man blitz or the regular 4-2-5 man or the regular 4-2-5 zone? Can't really tell you. I just think all the 4-2-5s in this year are stupid good. I think you could pick any 4-2-5 defense in Sim and just do fine. So defense feels like it's very weighted towards the 4-2-5 though. I can't quite explain it, but it feels like you can just close your eyes and pick a 4-2-5 and do fine. And on offense, you really can't do that. So. Oh, the guy I removed off my board. And 98 throw power, 93 speed. Fuck it, why not? He's an athlete, so worst case scenario, I could just move him to like tight end or something. I have also noticed or come to the conclusion that I think pocket passers are also just objectively the best thing in the game. So I think athletic QBs run too much in sim, which kills them. So I think pocket passers, if you're just strictly simming, are pretty much a must-have. Pure runners, dual threats, and backfield creators will just throw you games in sim because they'll just excessively run the ball. From what I've noticed, it seems like whichever team runs the ball more loses like 75%, 80% of the time. So generally, you don't want to be the team that has, 60 rushing attempts. You want to be the team that has about 20 to 25. Dude, what a fucking rough tight end class. There is one solid tight end in this group of like 20. That's depressing. I was hoping for more than just fucking one. Edge, I'm fine at D-line. I got 25 D tackles I'm going to move around. Also fine at safety. Just move those frees around. Due to me being at roster limit, I'm trying not to recruit that many guys. I'm trying to get like the bare minimum. I mean, but that's also why you go look for guys who's 98 speed corner. That dude's juiced. $97 speed, by the way. Okay, these corners are insane. Buy one, get one for $1, I guess. Grayson, how do you join the Discord? Really would love to be in a big dynasty. The Discord's linked in the description of every video. Click that link. If you don't have an account, you will be asked to make one. It takes 30 seconds. You know, generic email, and then you'll be on your way. And yeah, just keep your noties on. Again, I'll have a YouTube video preparing you guys for the day prior, on like the 14th or 15th, and then we'll stream, and I'll pick, if there's too many of you guys, I'll just pick you guys out of a like a randomizer. So I'll have a randomizer picking you guys from the crowd, and then a randomizer to pick, who's going where, and then a randomizer to pick what team you get. It'll be a very random mess. But if you, for some reason, don't end up getting into, I'm not recruiting you. You got 86 speed. You are putrid. Guys get kicked all the time. So, like I was telling guys last year, there's a lot of gentlemen that were very disappointed they didn't get the league early on, and then not even a week later, half like the league got kicked because they were inactive or shit like that. So, if you're not initially in there, don't fret. More than likely, you will have your chance. I guess another rule, which is not really technically a rule, but I'm going to have to say it anyways. If you don't play the game, you're going to get kicked. I was very lenient last year with dudes who were AFK towards the end, but if you go more than 3 sim weeks without playing the game and you don't tell me why you're not playing the game, I'm going to just boot you. So spots will be made for active players who actually do want to participate, who do actually want to play the video game. So there we go. Shouldn't really have to feel like I have to say that, but we live in a funny world. A very funny world. Yes, Drew, they have been. The coach XP goals? I have no idea. Coach XP is so bad. It's really hard to tell when it isn't working. But the Dynasty ones have been, yes. 30 likes. Appreciate y'all. Thank you. There's only 3 4-star centers. What in the fuck is going on here? What in the fuck is going on? Chat, I'm level 73 and I'm pretty sure we're 20. Yeah, this is officially our 20th year and I'm 73. Maybe I'll hit 30 by the end of the rebuild. We'll see. Oh, we still got it. Why am I missing hours? 11:20. I feel like that's a weird number of hours. Chat, I just thought of a very disturbing strat to get Elite Recruiter. Oh, no. Oh, no. I just thought of a fucking diabolical way of getting Elite Recruiter in this game. Damn. If you cut the player off your team, you lose your NIL. Yeah, you lose your money. Yeah. Well, that'll be a fun YouTube video to go fuck around with. I'm pretty sure that works how I'm envisioning it in my head. These are fucking 4 stars. What am I doing? We don't ever spend full money for 4 stars. Give me my money back, bitch. I'm a prestigious program now. You should feel blessed to be in my presence. I'm not gonna give you extra money. What are you, insane? I'll check, Drew. Old chat, I've not actually tried this, so take what I'm about to say with a grain of salt. There's technically nothing stopping you from excessively from over recruiting players deliberately, overpaying them on purpose to get the top 5 class. Then going into the next season, you reduce their NIL to 0 to piss them off, and then you force them to transfer. You would still get credit for the top 5 class, but you would get your money back. And if they don't transfer, then you get to keep them for no money. But they would. So you'd be completely able to just throw ludicrous amounts of money on players. And if they suck, you could just remove them with next to no effort. And then if they're good, you can just keep them. Because you got to remember, to get Elite Recruiter, you only got to do it twice. So. Now, would I advise doing that? Probably not, because you're kind of bricking your entire team doing that, but I guess technically you can. There's nothing stopping you from doing it, so. Because your punishment for undercutting your players is them transferring, which is what you want, because you wouldn't owe them money, so. I have an 87. This is the first season I'm going into a year with a quarterback that's under 90 overall in so long. Nuts. So yeah, chat, I've not actually tested if that works or not, so. It might not work. But I have a feeling it does, so. Which is something I would have to go fuck with. But assuming it does work, you can get a top 5 class with more or less no restrictions. Now, you would have to have money to then ludicrously throw around to then, you know, get back, but that's semantics, right? The thing is, the question is not should you do it, it's can you do it, which the answer is probably yes, so. Damn. My 91 overall Sam. Please play Sam. I don't have a backup Sam. I have a backup Mike. Oh, you're the starter. Fuck, who's my Mike? Oh, you have team player. Ooh, you have team player. Which means I could technically move him and not get punished. Which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Where's Owen? Where'd he go? I have a backup Will? I do have a backup Will. Yeah, Owen could play backup linebacker across the board. Again, I don't know how the Tennessee playbook works with slot receivers, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that my number 1 receiver is probably meant to be the slot. So we want Malik, McClellan, and Avery in that order. Now, it might not work that way. The slot receiver for the Tennessee playbook might not be very good. But I've never used the playbook, so I can't fix the problems for something I've not actually used yet. So only one way to find out. Because I learned pretty quickly with the Boise playbook. If you don't have your number one receiver playing slot, your playbook sucks. So I have an 86 backup reg. Since when? Where the fuck is my 86? Wait, where'd you go? What is this guy doing? This piece of shit's trying to hide from me. No. He has team player, though, so he actually can play D-tackle for me. Or is he? You, Cameron Marshall, team player, yes. Can play D-tackle, too. Actually, it should be... Yeah. 88, 86, my backup left end. Good enough. I told you, Jace. I told you the Boise book was going crazy. Drew, virtually nothing from the default. I found that if you jack the aggressiveness too high, your team goes full retard, which is very not good. So mine's like between 55 and 65 at all times. It's just high enough to where they actually will do something, but it's not high enough to where they'll kill themselves doing it. I have a higher overall linebacker on my team. Never get the slot corner right, never. My slot corner is Blanco and Woodhead. Ignore him not having a head. He's not had a head the entire time he's been here. His nickname, the Headless Horseman. He's pretty cool. Okay, let's go ahead and swap to the Tennessee playbook and see if it can bring us glory. My head coach has changed ethnicity from being, well, there's a joke in there, but I'm too white to make it. Just use your imagination. Okay, Tennessee, I need you not to fucking suck dick, please. Now, our quarterback's not the best, which is not how you'd optimally want to test a playbook, is with a bad quarterback. You'd want to test it with a good quarterback, but I don't have one, so shrug your shoulders and say next year, I guess. Yeah, Jace, the craziest screenshot I've had so far was a receiver in the Boise playbook have like 380 yards receiving and like 8 touchdowns. Where do I check that? I forget. Was it under coach? Coach XP goals? I'm getting no dynasty points for making first round picks. That's funny. Ugh. I got you, Grayson. I got you. I have the tips and tricks for days, man. Even when I'm not deliberately trying to provide tips and tricks, here I am. I'm just about that life, fam. Best CFB content creator on the platform. What do I do special? Nothing. But it's a cool thing you guys give me, so. In fact, I know this was not the conversation we were having, but I'm actually shocked the Road to Glory vote on the poll didn't actually win. I really figured you guys would have wanted to see me do a Road to Glory, but I understand. It sucks. 14 for 239, 3. Yeah, that's an average week, Jace. That's legitimately an average week. I almost scroll through my screenshots. I'm pretty sure I would have taken them if I had like a crazy week. The only downside of the Boise playbook, and yes, there is a downside. The only downside to it is you only have one receiver that catches the ball. So it's not very team friendly. Which, if you only ever want to have one receiver on your roster, that's good. It's good because you could, min-max your roster. Because you would never have to waste points on a good 2 or 3 when all you need is a good 1. So I don't think I've screenshot those games. They are not screenshotted, so they are in my streams. Don't put the blame on me. Let's go for our kicker, man. Y'all know how I work. If you look good, you feel good, you play good. Oh my god, you play good. My team has to go to war knowing they have the greatest kicker of all time behind them, so. Let's go see if we can get some elite dev kickers. Sacramento State, how much do I butcher you by? I'm hoping by like 70 points. But I also don't have a great quarterback, so. We'll see. Well, shocker, we won. I know. Well, we only scored 51. And 20 of those 50 came in the fourth quarter, so. Yeah, this playbook, I think's gonna remind me. I think this playbook's gonna remind me of the Washington book, where it's just gonna be a bunch of stats everywhere, which is gonna be really good for getting a lot of guys on the Heisman list, but not really good for winning the Heisman. We'll see, though. It's been a whopping 1 week, but I just have a feeling. Just a feeling. One moment, Grayson. Fuck, we lost playing. Aw, you bitch. How do we lose playing style in 1 week, guys? It's been a week. Did my tight end just catch 0 balls? What are we doing, guys? Yeah, I thought so. How long have I been making content? I've been technically making content for several years. My journey started back in what, 2022, 2023? Probably a little before that. It was around COVID. I forget if it was like 2020, 2021, but I streamed on Twitch for like 3 years. I streamed this silly little game called Dead by Daylight for several years. And then Black Ops 6 released. And it was driving me insane with how many content creators were lying to their audience, which birthed my first semi-viral video in Don't Believe These Frauds. I also just realized this linebacker that I need is not ready, so I've done fucked myself. That's nice. Oh, I don't have any pairs. I needed that linebacker, and he's not here. I could technically... Are we in week 3? No, we're not. Okay, I'm fine. Could just wait 1 more week. But yeah, I did Twitch for several years, doing Dead by Daylight. And then Black Ops 6 launched, and there was a ton of just misinformation, lying. And I made my first semi-viral video titled Don't Believe These Frauds, in which I basically went in depth and explained how these content creators were lying to their audience and how you were getting manipulated to believe players are better than they actually were when they really weren't. And that video got like 30,000 views, which was insane because my YouTube channel had like 40 subscribers at the time. And then I just kept doing COD videos. I enjoyed the content I was making. I was growing every video. Got some shout outs from some cool people. Rick, he says, like, I think it's probably 75K now on YouTube. The Rick does COD content. My boy Limbo, Lancer, and was it was funny because I was the only person doing what I was doing, and I'm so old and I've been playing Call of Duty for so long that I was, able to pull out receipts for shit that have since expired with skill-based matchmaking and EOMM and SBMM and all that fun shit. So then I happily did those streams and that content for a while for all of Black Ops 6's life cycle. And then around Thanksgiving of last year in 2025, my friend Miko was like, hey, Beastly, you play CFB 26 a lot. You don't like COD, or not don't like. I like COD, but the Black Ops 6 sucked. Why don't you try some CFB content? And I was like, bet. So then I thought, and then I watched other YouTubers, other content creators' videos. And just like with Call of Duty, I was like, these people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. They're just bullshitting. They're making shit up. And so my first video in this game, back in Thanksgiving of last year, was like a 45-minute long video where I just basically broke down every perk in the game. And I explained, like, if you want to actually be good at the game, you don't pick tactician or strategist or architect. Those are the 3 worst skill trees in the game. You go talent developer, elite recruiter, and base motivator, which was a foreign concept at the time. And then, you know, people were like, damn, he's actually right. And I'm like, no shit, I'm right. That's how that works. And then for like a month after that Thanksgiving VOD that blew up, they got like 30,000 views too. I was stuck at a crossroads because with how YouTube works, and you know, if anyone else is in my watching my stream has plans on ever doing content, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, fucking Facebook gaming, whatever, all these algorithms hate when you do multi stuff. So because I was a Call of Duty YouTube channel, and I could show you. I don't mind showing my analytics because I think it looks cool. It was the name of the fucking video. I forget what the video title was. It was the best coach build, yeah. Sign on bus back. Why was this not stretched? Well, that's fucking irritating. So this graph is gonna look like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and unfortunately I couldn't get like a super zoomed in high definition graph because it was like a weird size that I cropped. But If you guys can look at this graph, basically nobody watched my video. So because when I post my first CFB 26 video in Thanksgiving, YouTube primarily viewed me as a Call of Duty YouTube channel. And because it was a not Call of Duty video, YouTube did not promote the video. And so for about a week or two, that video, the Build Like a Buckeye video that became one of my most famous videos, had like 30 views. And I was going to give up doing CFB 26 content and just go back to COD. And then about a week or so, I guess I could move my mouse, but about a week or so after the video came out, the video jumped from like 300 views to 1,000. And I was like, holy shit, where'd that come from? And then I was getting comments galore about people being like, you know, I thought you were full of shit. I didn't think you had any idea what you were talking about. And I listened to I tried your stuff and it's working really well. And then I want to say it was a fellow YouTuber. I forget whom it was. But as you can see, about 60 days later, after the launch of that video, the fucking graph just goes crazy. I go from like 1,000 or 2,000 views to like 15,000 views in not even 20 days. I believe someone yapped about me and promoted me to their audience in a derogatory manner in which a lot of hate came my way. And, well, in order for you to hate me, you got to watch my video and leave a bad comment. So that happened. And then YouTube did this really funny thing where YouTube identified me as no longer a Call of Duty content creator. It identified me as a CFB content creator. And so if you look at the rest of my videos from last year, every subsequent video, and I'm not going to like waste too much time on this stream, you know, covering the back end of this shit, but basically every video I post for like 2 months straight was getting twice the views the previous one got. And so it eventually flip-flopped to where I went from being a Call of Duty YouTube channel posting CFB to a CFB YouTube channel. And if I were to ever post COD videos, the videos would be dead. The videos get like literally like 30 or 40 views. YouTube wouldn't, you know, whether you subscribe to me for COD or you subscribe to me for you know, CFB, YouTube just wouldn't promote my shit. So, you know, if you subscribe to me, you wouldn't get the ding. Like, it was horrible. And so I had to decide if I'm going to keep doing CFB content or if I was going to keep, you know, go back to COD. And so then I started streaming random challenges. And my first challenge that kind of put me on the map was the Hawaii-only Hawaiian rebuild, where I could only use Hawaii players in Hawaii, which was fucking miserable because they don't produce shit. I was getting like 1 5-star every like 10 years. It was horrible. And, well, at that point, I have to do CFB because YouTube's flipped me, and here we are. Here we are. Good night, everyone. Catch you all in the next one, or catch you all. Hey, good night, William. I appreciate it, fam, and I will see you in the next one, brother. Take care. So, Grayson, I hope that answers your question. It's been technically several years, but of specifically doing YouTube content, CFB content I've been doing for like 9 or 10 months, and Call of Duty content I did like 5 or so months before that. So we're approaching 2 years on YouTube, give or take. Schnoz actually won my Heisman with a true freshman receiver, thanks to have around 1,100 yards and 14 touchdowns, but also having 5 kick return TDs. Ooh, nice. Drew, what 425 do you like the best? 425 zone blitz, 425 man blitz, and 425 man in that order. Grayson, I've made content before. Only got like 3K subs before, but know how switching games / genres, the algorithm is not kind. Oh, it was horrible. It was horrible, especially like, again, I don't want to like ruin everyone's night because there's some like OGs here who have heard me say these stories several times, and then obviously you got the new people and the new faces who have never heard these stories. But there was a lot of details that I didn't include in that like 6-year story time. Like a good example is my original computer blew up. My motherboard literally caught on fire, and it really set me months back. I didn't make a single stream or YouTube video for like 4 or 5 months. And then once when I got that fixed, my grandfather passed away, and I live across the country from him. So me and my family had to take an impromptu road trip to go, handle that. If you've ever experienced or know what hospice is, it's a very fun time. And then I get back and I pay pretty much out of pocket for a $1,200 PC so I can get back to doing YouTube videos and streaming. And I get my fancy new PC for like a week, and there was a storm in which there was a power surge, and it made my second PC's power box explode. So my first PC broke down from me overclocking it and overrunning it too much, which made the motherboard catch on fire. And then my second PC that I just purchased that cost me $1,200 exploded within a week of me owning it. And then I had to then spend like 3 more months waiting on ViperTech, which is the brand that of PC I own, to fix their thing and fighting over a warranty. And so it was a lot of hurdles. A lot of hurdles to get to point A to point B, and then point B to point C, and then point C to point D. And, obviously, Tony was here earlier. Tony's a part of the OG COD days. Like, you guys know my Wi-Fi is not the best. I have the best internet for where I live, but I live in the middle of nowhere. I got to drive an hour to my nearest, Walmart. So it's one of those things where, I had Wi-Fi problems before where just sporadically my shit will go down for like a minute or a day or a week, and all that fun stuff that, doesn't ever really get yapped about in the background. But I've always wanted to do content creation on YouTube, but unfortunately my parents, which luckily they've changed their stance on this now, but my dad and mom never really viewed YouTube as like a real job. And so even at a young age, I was like recording myself playing those old COD games and how to min-max and all sorts of a lot of the stuff I currently do I did back in the day just when nobody was watching. And then I went to college because I kind of had to. Got a degree I didn't want to get, but I had to. Got a job I didn't want, but I had to. And then some events happened in my life in which caused a severe life shift, and I had a lump sum of cash, and I was like, you know what? Rather than me buying a wedding ring or buying a house or buying another vehicle, I'm gonna take this money that I saved for other people and spend it on myself, and bought me my first microphone, my first computer, my first capture card. Again, that was back during, COVID, so I was like 2020, 2021, somewhere around there. And was streaming Dead by Daylight. It was reminiscing of those good old days is funny. Also, we get to play Tennessee at Tennessee with their own playbook, so we get to see whose team's better, mine or theirs. But it's been a very interesting journey, that's for sure. To get like 15 seasons slash, yeah, it was a fun thing a lot of you guys did with me, which just made it more fun. But it was a hell of a grind. Yeah, life be that way. Life be that way. But it happens, and you gotta keep going, right? Time stops for no man, and neither does luck, so you gotta go, you gotta go. The other benefit I have is I'm a massive football fan, so. Call of Duty, I like and or liked Call of Duty. Wasn't pretending, but Call of Duty is just a shell of itself. And I can cling on the good old days for a very long time. That not going to make them come back. And at least with CFB and Madden, is these games might suck. Like they currently do. It currently sucks a lot of, you know, schmeat. But I also love football. So even with these games at its lowest, I can still talk and yap about football. So that's a very lucky benefit I did get. Whereas Call of Duty is a bit, you know, specific. So I could yap about college football, NFL football, the game. Are we back? That is so funny. I'm gonna give it a moment to make sure we're back. I literally just, I say but my Wi-Fi literally just crashed. That's funny. I was like, why are you guys so quiet? I looked down and my thing said nobody was watching. I'm like, what do you mean we have 0 viewers? What? They have at least like 3 or 4. What do you mean 0? And then I was like, oh, it's because we crashed. I think we're good now, though. We're also getting unbelievably hoed right now on kickers. I don't think I've ever scouted this many kickers and not found one solid guy, so. Right when I talked about being pretty lucky, luck then decides to remind me, don't yap. We will fuck you. It's like, okay. Luck, you win. Oh, my chat's broken. That's nice. Sounds like a crazy ride. My life's been a very crazy ride, Grayson. I've had a lot of IRL things happen to me in my life that's been pretty remarkable to experience. And maybe one day I will write a book about it. Who knows? Also, we beat the team's playbook we're using, so. Was it close? Wow, what a barn burner this was, chat. Final score, 17-10. We won? I guess? Do you really call a 17-10 game a win? I don't. That was putrid. But we won, so that's cool. Do you do YouTube as your main gig now or part-time? For me, it's full-time now. I'm not gonna, go too much on my economics, Grayson, but the job I used to work at, my previous employer, I was an engineering technician for. And I started off that job making $11 an hour, and by the time fuck, we're gonna get jumped. If I could go back 30 seconds, I still could fix it. I'm fixing it. I'll be right back. Where's that receiver at? But I started my previous job making $11 an hour. And, haha, we're back, bitch. Oh, you EA. EA, you're a dick. EA, you're a dick. Oh, you're a dickhead, EA. Oh, you're a dickhead, EA. Oh, you're a dickhead. Oh, you're a dickhead, EA. Wait, is this the right guy? No, this. I have to rewind my footage. It's the right dude. It's not. Chat. Why am I locked out of my own receiver? I'm the number. This game is truly the gift that keeps on giving. Okay, EA. Sure. Sure, buddy. Sure. What the fuck, dude? Like, what the actual fuck? Okay, well, I guess they don't like you when you do the fucking bait and switch tech anymore because you just get fucking locked out of the player. I'm hoping not permanently because I was number 1 for the 5-star, but I guess the moment you pull them off your board because EA has a retarded system that won't prevent you if you fat finger the wrong visit to go back and reset your visit, so that's cool. If you don't know what I was doing there, in CFB 26, if you fucked up and gave someone the wrong visit, you could simply remove them off your board and put them back, and you could fix the visit into the one you wanted or the correct one. I was going to move the visit from the previous week to that week so I can get the guy who was more important in front of the line, but EA, I guess, doesn't like when I do that, so as a result, I have now been locked out and I cannot go back into him. I'm hoping I can go back into him next week, but I was the number 1 team, so it's frustrating how I'm the number 1 team, and I don't get anything, so that's cool. Speaking of not getting anything, I am 0 for 30 on kickers. I just scouted the entire kicker class and got nothing. That is... Okay, Luck, I get it. Can you stop fucking me, please? For like 3 minutes, please? But back to my yapping. I was an engineering technician for a very large car company. If you drive a Honda, Toyota, or Nissan, more than likely my name or one of my friends' names is on your car or in your car. And so I started off working there at $11 an hour. And I worked for $11 an hour for about 3 months. And the second shift technician, whom I won't say any names here because that's how legal works. So there's 3 shifts. There was first shift, second shift, and third shift. And how it works is the first shift, the most product was moved that shift, so they had the most technicians. And then second shift had the second most. And then third shift virtually had nobody working on it. It was a skeleton crew, basically. That's what I was originally hired to be. I was hired to be the skeleton crew manager, where I say manager, but I basically fixed machines. The machines that would make car parts, I would fix those. And so I mirrored first shift for about 3 months. And then towards the end of my mirroring, my boss was like, hey, we just got word up the ladder that so-and-so is leaving second shift. You are not doing third no more. You're doing second and third. And I was like, oh. I don't know if I'm qualified to do anything on my own, but I guess so. I don't have a degree in this job. I've had virtually no training. It's just been me watching guys on first shift do it and then replicating what they were doing. And then... My chat's just broke. That's too funny. And I remember the first night. That first night was terrifying. So I worked from 3 p.m. in the afternoon to about 7 a.m. I covered second and third shift because at 7:30 first shift would come in. Oh, we just lost too. Hell yeah. So we had a barn burner versus Tennessee, 17-10, and we just lost a one-score game to Texas. That's riveting. My offense just can't score. I mean, we threw no picks, but we also had no touchdowns. And that's because we had 30-something rushing attempts. Okay, that's awesome. Also feels like my number one wide receiver, who's a 96 overall with impeccable stats, isn't doing anything. Yeah, it looks like Boise's the offense, boys. I might retire Tennessee's after 1 year. I'm getting irritated. We're not doing anything with the players on our team. This is just fun. But back to the story time. And so after 3 months of mirroring, I then went in and ran my own 2 shifts. And it was a train wreck. Machines were breaking and going down that I had no idea how to fix. And because I worked for a Japanese company, every manual they had and every person above me spoke nothing but Japanese. I had to have an English translator for literally everything I did. And it was very much so hell. And I ran my own shift for about a year and some change. So my first shift had like 8 technicians on it. My shift had 1, which was me, and third shift had 1, which was also me. So I ran basically 2 different crews myself for going on a year. And then I got into an argument with corporate because the executives, the bigwigs, and the presidents and whatnot came down one day, and this dude, who again I won't say his name, this dude came by and he's like, "Hey, I've never seen you before." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm a semi-new tech," and the guy's like, "You want to give me a breakdown of like the company?" And I'm like, "Sure. I don't know who the hell you are. I'm not gonna kiss nobody's ass." And I was just like unloading shit. And I ended up finding out from my mom, who also worked at the same company, that was like the CEO of all of the companies. I'm like, "Oh, that's like the big boss. That's the guy in charge of the guy in charge." Oh. And the dude was like, "I like you, Beasley." I'm like, "Hey, appreciate it." And so the guy said, "I want you back paid for everything you've been doing these last like 12 months. I'm like, "Oh shit, really?" He's like, "Yeah, I think it's fair that if first shift is getting paid $35 an hour and there's 8 of them working there, you should make the same money doing everything by yourself for damn near a year." And so I said, "Shit, don't gotta tell me twice." I walked my ass to HR and told the lady, the cunt in charge, I hate her, who still works there, by the way. And I told HR lady, "Hey, just so you're aware, big boss man has put in the paperwork to have you back pay me for the last year." And she's like, "Well, how much are we paying you?" And I'm like, "Well, my pay was 11 something. Now you owe me 30. And she's like, "Oh." I'm like, "I know, that's a lot of money." So I have a math degree. My original thing for college was to be an accountant. I'm very good with numbers. Don't fuck me. I will tell you to the decimal how much money you people owe me. And so help me God, if I don't get my money, I am going to start World War III. And so for like a month and a half, every day I would go into HR and that lady would find some bullshit excuse to not pay me my back pay. And then after, like, again, 6 or so weeks of just pulling teeth, eventually I get this massive check of a bunch of back pay. But then, because it was one singular large check, it got taxed to high hell. And so I ended up losing like half my check, which sucked, but I still got it eventually. And then for, I don't know, several months after that happened, I was getting kind of harassed at work. And you know, I get why they were mad, right? Like the gentleman that worked on first shift, he was like 77 years old. Dude should have been in retirement a long ass time ago. He was still working. And a fellow who I would speak very highly of, he's had like 5 heart attacks right? So a lot of these older men were mad that I, a 22, 23-year-old at the time, was making the same money as them. But like I reminded them every single day, you guys are doing a task with 8 people that I'm doing by myself. Shut the fuck up. If you want to give me more assistance, I will happily make less money. But that's the funny part. You people don't want to pay me, and you don't want to get me help. So make that make sense. And so I was making pretty good money. I also worked like 80 hours a week. So you guys can do the math for the paychecks. Oh, good call, Schnoz. Go check that wide receivers back on my board. Yep, I am permanently locked out of the wide receiver. I was number 1 last week. Now I can't touch him. Good game. Very good game. And also with overtime with my company, overtime was 1.5 my annual rate. And then if I worked on Sundays, I was making 2 times. So I would work about 75 hours a week at my job, Monday through Saturday. And it was miserable because I also lived about 2 hours away from the building I worked at. So in total, I would spend 4 hours in transit every day and between 12 to 16 hours a day at work, Monday through Saturday, every week for a year and a half, something like that. And it eventually got to a point where I just didn't want to do it, right? Like you can have all the money in the world, but like I don't have a family, right? Like I don't have a wife and kids. I have no responsibility like that. I'm just taking care of myself and you know, myself. So like all of this money is cool, but like what's the point if I can't do anything with it? It's not like I get the weekends off. I work on the weekends. I don't get the weekdays off. I work during the week. I don't get the nights off. I work during the nights. I don't get the days off either. I work those too. And so it just got to a point where I was done. I just didn't want to do it no more. And before I quit my job, I made sure to just save up all of my money. And so I rationed like 3 years worth of bills in a year. I basically sat down and was like, here's my electric bill, here's my internet bill, here's my phone bill, here's my car bill, here's all my bills, here's my rent, here's everything. What do I need just in case I don't get another job for a year? Or that's what it originally was. Originally, it was a year. Just in case YouTube and Twitch didn't work out, I have enough to be fine. And then I kept saving, and then 1 year turned to 2 years, and then 2 years turned to 3 years, and then I realized I'm fine. And then a event occurred, and again, I had this lump sum of cash I was saving for other shit. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to spend my money on me for once and not other people. And I bought my equipment, my original laptop, and started streaming. And now I do this full time. I still got pictures on my phone of all this shit, by the way. I can't show you guys because for legal reasons I'll get in trouble, but I got all these photos on my phone. Hell, I got a nasty scar on my hand because I got fucking welded by a welder once. My hand got welded to a fucking car part by my boss. That was a painful story right there. Grayson, I have a Supra, so maybe, yeah, more than likely that Supra has car parts in it that has my name on it, or a co-workers of mine, or a friend of mine's. HR's a bitch. I'm glad I run my own business now where I don't have to deal with that BS. Yeah, I hated my HR lady. Like, my HR lady, I had my wisdom teeth pulled, which this is another funny story I can tell you about my old job. So this happened like a month after me getting employed. But I told my boss, I told everybody, hey, just so you're aware, I have to get my wisdom teeth pulled. And my boss was like, hey, basically no problem. You focus on you, big dog, recover from your teeth, yada, yada, yada. And so it was like by no means a surprise, right? It was not a surprise to literally nobody. I was getting my wisdom teeth pulled. I got my wisdom teeth pulled. And that same day, the HR lady called me on my private number and was like, when are you showing back up to work? And I'm like, bitch, fuck off. And then the next day happened. After having my whole face mangled, I had like 3 of my 4 wisdom teeth pulled out. It was horrible. Whole face is messed up, mangled to oblivion. And so she's just fucking texting me, calling me, when are you gonna come back to work? When are you gonna? And I'm like, bitch, I got cleared for a week. I'm not coming back to work for at least 7 days. Fuck off. And so I blocked her for like a week. And so I went for my 7-day checkup for my teeth. And I told the doctor, I'm like, hey, I don't know if you sealed my face up properly because, like, I taste some funny shit when I chew. And the doctor, like, opened me up and, like, I was eating, like, half my stitches in my mouth. So then he had to go back into my mouth, like, pull the shit out of my, the pockets that he made by pulling my teeth out. And, like, reseal me back up a second time. In which the dentist, or the... No, it was surgeon. I forget what it was. Surgeon. The person was like, "Yeah, no, you can't go back to work. Here's more pain pills." And I was like, "Yeah, I can't go back to work. Sweet." And the HR lady wanted me to come into her office. I'm like, "Okay, this is pointless. I can't work for another week, so fuck off." And then she called me a bitch. I'm like, "Lady, you call me a bitch to my face one more time about me not wanting to operate dangerous machinery while under the influence, I will fucking sue you." Which, yeah, if you guys don't know, it's illegal to operate life-threatening or dangerous equipment while you're under the influence of painkillers or alcohol or drugs. What she was implying was that I could take my pain pills from my mouth and then go do my job. I'm like, you're insane. Unlike you, lady, I have moral standards. Fuck you. And so I told my boss what she said. And my boss went and had a little fun little chat with her. And I think that's what sparked the back pay problem I had, where she just was being a cunt when it came to my back pay and also the problems I had. She was also the same cunt that would sit there and... She would sit there every day and wait for me to clock in. And how my old job worked is you would have there was like a point system. So if you were late, you got a point. If you left early, you got a point. Shit like that. I had like 800 points by the time I quit that job. I'm not even trolling. I legit would get like 30 points a day. I would show up too early. I would get docked for being too early. I would leave too late. I'd get docked for that. I would get docked for having way too long of a lunch break. But like, I knew it didn't matter because I was the only person who did my job, so they couldn't fire me. In fact, I was the only person doing 2 people's jobs, so I knew you were going to fire me. Like, duh. And like some of the other people I worked with, they were like, yeah, man, I might get fired. I got my 4th point. And I'm over here chuckling on a lunch break. I'm like, you're cute with 4 points. I got 1,000. And they're like, no way. And I show them the piece of paper. You got 1,000 points, Beasley? I'm like, yep. Yep. Yes, sir. It's like everything I did, that bitch was there just waiting to annoy me. But again, joke's on her because she couldn't fire me. So get fucked, bitch. No idea how you did that job for that many hours. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. But again, I was doing it for good reasons, but ultimately, as young Beastly had to learn in life, you don't live your life for other people, you live your life for yourself. The more you do for others is typically how it ends up coming back to end up doing less for you, so. But that's a part of growing up and getting old and learning life lessons the hard way and doing all that fun stuff. All right, Shanaz, I will see you hopefully next one, man. Take care. I am finishing this sim season, and I am wrapping it up. I am wrapping it up. Hey, we've been live for almost 7 hours. As long as we don't choke any of these late game or late season games, we should be fine. I'm 27, about to be 28. Grayson. Well, there's Boise doing Boise things. Cannot believe I've not gotten this tight end for playing style purposes the entire year, and neither has anybody else, so I'm going to win by forfeit, which is just funny. Oh, we lost to Choklahoma? No, we won. No, we won. I'm rank 2 now. I went from rank 3 to rank 2. How did I win but gain 700 XP? What the fuck? I mean, I guess. Levi King, yo, before you end it, can you show your total dynasty points? You mean like the ones I've spent, or like what do you mean? But sure, I don't mind. Why not? Damn, my receiver got better. He's now at 97. And what's funny is he's not even doing dick on my team. We beat Bama. Can we secure a Heisman? Oh, my blueprint? Oh, my blueprint's going to be simple. My blueprint, I have, like, everything, so. My managed staff, I have everything purchased. I have about 2,500 points invested in my OC and my DC. For my facilities, I have the sports science and a maxed national powerhouse. And then you can see the circles, what everything else is. My total budget's 19,620. Yeah, when you're a 5-star Levi, you get a ton of points, especially when you do your challenges year in, year out. The game gives you a lot of points. Now, even though my 80 challenges this year aren't very good, you can get 80 challenges that you give you like 1,000 extra points. Like, I know one of them was to make the playoffs for 1,250 points. which, you know, making the playoffs is not that hard of a challenge to do once when you're this big. Now, if you get really bad challenges, like hold someone to under 25 points or, you know, example, I have one challenge that is to finish the season top 25. There's no way in hell I'm not finishing top 25. So, depending on like what challenges you get, the game throws a stupid amount of points at you. Which is funny, because early on, you get nothing, which is like the main problem I have with most of the systems in this game, is that the beginning is excessively rough, and the ending is way too easy. The beginning should be not so difficult, and then the ending shouldn't be this easy. It should be, you know, more equalized. But we got to go in and watch this game because I've not used the Vols playbook, so I don't know if this is good for fast sim or slow sim, so we'll see. Best tip I could give you, Levi, is just recruit 2 stars until you're a 1.5 or a 2-star coach or a 2-star team. And then once when you're a 2-star team, just recruit 3 stars that are free. And look for green gems, because green gems equal dev trait. And if you're lucky, you can get some really good dev traits, but at least a dev trait. LSU just went right... Oh, they went back-to-back down the field to score. My defense didn't do anything. Oh. But, yeah, stick to 3 stars for several years of your rebuild. And then the only thing you really should be purchasing that's in the blueprint is the thing that gives you extra coach points every year. That's the only one you really should be buying. The other ones are luxuries you'll get later on, but early on, that's the only one you should buy. Hey, my player changed. Now my coach is a player who's like a player. Also, isn't that the Old Miss head coach? Please tell me I don't live in a universe where the Old Miss head coach left Old Miss to be the LSU head coach. What is LSU's obsession with hiring former Old Miss coaches? What the fuck? I mean, to put simply, my quarterback had a hell of a day, but so did my running backs. We won. On to the playoffs. But you'll eventually reach a point, Levi, where... And trust me, I won't have to tell you when, but you'll eventually reach a point where you have dynasty points and or money to burn, and once when you reach that point, the rest of the game becomes a cakewalk. It's just getting to that point is a bitch. Well, chat, do we end the season with a Heisman and a Natty, or do we just settle for a Heisman? I'm actually shocked if my QB does win Heisman, that it's the 87 overall QB to do it, not the 95 pluses we've had.
Greetings and welcome to a very special moment on the annual sports calendar. The Heisman Trophy ceremony presented by EA Sports. Inside the Tiburon Theater, I'm Chris Fowler. So proud to bring you Heisman Trophy night every year. So many memories come out of this night. Each of these guys have hung out together, got to know each other better, but ultimately, the night's going to belong to one guy. One name will be read here, and one man will have that life-changing moment and forever be known as a Heisman Trophy winner. These are nervous times for these guys. The announcement just moments away. They've gotten to New York City, not by focusing on it, but once you're here, man, they want to win it. And every past winner has told me this is really a nervous time for them. They're this close to the trophy, but will they get a chance to lift it? It's an honor, of course, to be a finalist. All these guys have enjoyed their experience, but ultimately, the night belongs to one man. We're about to find out who's going to be.
Yeah, Levi, I'm not sure if you've watched my video I dropped about 12 hours ago, but highly advise you to watch that rant. I have a whole section in that rant about coordinators, and EA really does fuck you really bad with coordinators in this game, and I'm hoping they can fix it with an update, because coordinators that you sign from the carousel are on 1-year contracts.
And here we go.
And so what typically happens is, I don't know which player's mine. I wasn't paying attention to, is that my player? I know the guy in the red jacket is Miami. I was too busy reading chat and twiddling. I think my player's African-American, so I would assume it's not the white guy. I know it's not the guy in the red jacket, because that's the Miami guy I saw. I think that's my player. I think he won Heisman, which is cool. But, what was I saying about that? Oh, yeah. So what really bothers me, Levi, is that you can sign a dude for, like, 0 to, like, 100 points, right? You can find a super, super, super cheap coordinator, but you'll sign them to a 1-year rental, which is stupid. Like, if you hire them from the carousel, they should be there for 3 years. That's like your first contract should be 3 years. But what happens is you sign them to a 1-year rental, and then, you know, if you're a really established, built program like I am, you'll go 16-0, 15-1, you know, 13-1. You know, you'll have a very good season. And then what happens at the end of that next year, you have to renegotiate. So you'll have a coordinator that's worth nothing, that you paid 0 to like $100 for, right? A very cheap coordinator. And then, because they had one successful season leeching off of your success as the coach, now they want 1,000 points. Now they want 500 points. Now they want this stupid amount of points, and now you have to pay it. Otherwise, you're going to have to go back into the coaching carousel to get another coach on another 1-year rental, and you'll just be in this endless cycle of purgatory, getting 1-year rental after 1-year rental after one. It's so stupid. So the coaches you get out the carousel should be bare minimum a 3-year contract. And if you choose to fire them early, you're choosing to fire them early. But it's ludicrous that you end up getting into this fucking horrible cycle where you really can't ever play catch up, because, you know, you get bad coordinators, you make them good too fast, so then you owe them money. Well, what if you just get good coordinators and skip the bad part? Guess what? You owe them money because they're good now. So it doesn't matter whether you're buying shitty coordinators, good coordinators, average coordinators, you will eventually owe them a lot of money. And there's nothing you can really do. So, not a big fan. Not a big fan. I think you could very easily fix this problem by just simply making it to where the coaches are always in 3, or even not even. If you don't want to do that, give me an option to negotiate their length of their contracts. I would happily give a coordinator more money if it means I could sign them for like 5 years, 6 years, 8 years. I'm not joking. I would legitimately sign someone for like 10 years. Because in CFB 26, there was a perk you could purchase, and if you bought that perk, your players, or your coordinators, excuse me, would be there forever. And now in this game, you can buy that same perk. It doesn't matter. The coordinators leave every couple years, whether it's because you don't want to pay them, whether it's because, also, why is our offense not scoring? Thank you. Not like I have 95 plus receivers everywhere. Down 6, down 12. Yeah, we're losing this game, I think, unless we have this crazy fourth quarter, which, yeah, we lose.
This team just continues to impress, back-to-back playoff wins. And now,
Dude, I just love the fact that literally your offense will do dick the entire fucking game, and then the fourth quarter turns up, and they have to pass the football. How many sacks did we give up? Don't worry, guys. My 94 overall super juiced right tackle gave up 3 sacks, and my 95 super juiced left tackle gave up 2 sacks. But yeah, it's so funny to me that when you're doing Fast Sim this year, they don't pass the football. Like, I have 3 90-plus receivers on this team. We should be throwing that bitch almost every play. My fucking running back shouldn't have 18 carries, and my quarterback shouldn't have 15 carries. That is, why are we running the goddamn ball so much? you're ever curious why when you're doing the fast sim like that, you get all the way to the red zone and you don't score, that's what's going on. The game calls like read options or inside zones or just shitty plays, and it'll settle for a field goal, or it'll get to like 4th and inches or 4th and 1, and then they'll go for it and get nothing. It's like, oh my god, like the play calling is so bad. And then guess what? I menu sim that exact same game, and we fucking win. Because of course we fucking win the menu sim. Of course we do. Of course we win the menu sim. Of course. And would you look at that? When we do the fucking menu sim, we blow the computer out the water. This is the same computer that we literally couldn't score a single touchdown on, and we just scored 41 points. This is the same computer we just played, in which my quarterback barely had 200 yards passing. Menu sim is 350. We actually have less rushing attempts, by the way. We have 28 here. Before we had 30 with just those two guys. This is just fucking irritating how just dog shit the sim is in this game. Like, why do we have to run the ball 20 times with every single person on my roster? Like, just fucking throw the ball. Like, I'm going to do this again. I'm going to go in and fast sim this game. We're going to lose because my offense is not passing the football. I'm going to check the stats. We're going to have an excessive number of rushing attempts. I'm going to dashboard, menu sim, and then we're going to beat the fuck out of them in menu sim. Like, this shit has gotten to the point of being so predictable, it's not even funny. In every sim in which we actually throw the football like we're supposed to, and we, you know, use the receivers that I paid a lot of money for and developed pretty well, we, you know, score, you know, more than 13 points. And if you're curious, you can tell when the CPU is running the ball versus passing because the red line is running and the blue line is passing. So you want to see blue, not red. Typically, we see a lot of yellow and a lot of red, not a lot of blue. And as you guys can see, we are now assaulting Notre Dame. And this one's going to be a bit skewed because what probably happened is we were blowing Notre Dame out by so much that we did start to chew the clock and run the ball. So this is probably not the best example I can show you, but either way, as you will see, my quarterback threw for damn near 300, 2 touchdowns, no picks. And then rushing, again, we had a lot of rushing attempts because we were, you know, blowing them out by a billion points, but generally in a semi-normal game in which you're not blowing the computer out of the water, you will have more passing attempts and a more successful passing game than a running game. That's generally how you win these games. Generally, you lose these sim games by who runs the ball more, generally. Yeah, Levi, I am not a massive fan of this game. Being honest, I am not a massive fan. I think this is the worst dynasty they've made in the last 3 games. In my YouTube video I dropped where I was yapping about the game, I think I gave it a 3. Like a 3 or a 4 out of 10, so. Not a big fan either. And of course, we get to rematch our own team. I say our own team, but our own playbook.
Welcome to the National Championship game at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. It's the Tennessee Volunteers.
Actually, shocked Heifel. Oh, this is the National Championship game? Oh, shit. Boise must have lost then, because normally Boise's always here on the other half of the bracket. Well, we got a defensive stop and scored, and then didn't score there, then didn't score there. Dude, our offense is going down the field, but we're just not scoring. There we go. Score. Look at all that blue, man. Look at all that blue. Look at all that fucking blue.
What's the play call here on
And we win.
for this offense? Leaning on the run game here. The defense
That guard didn't even make an attempt to stop the D tackle.
They're backed up here, trying to make something happen on 3rd and long. Quarterback's got it on the option. Pitches to the
A
back.
touchdown?
He's got headed for the
It's a fucking... That's insane, bro.
Carolina. Powers into the end
That's
zone.
fucking insane.
What a feeling for this group. They're going to win the national championship.
A garbage time touchdown with a speed option. That's so fucking funny.
What to watch out for is the Gatorade bath. We're on Gatorade watch at this point.
So they'll try to add to the lead now with the PAT.
That is so funny. Well, I also really can't, you know, show you this game either because again, we're beating the computer by so many points that we're running the ball to chew clock. But yeah, it's generally speaking, if you're simulating and you have a lot of rushing attempts, you're losing the game 100%. Unless you're blowing the computer out, then you're running a lot to chew clock. But
Chris, you can only imagine the pain on that losing side. And these
national
players are just
championship
working
number
so hard.
9.
These coaches working so hard.
Pretty cool.
Just a bit short. Now it presents a real challenge.
That's not the button I clicked. I double tapped up. I wanted to see the stats. I wanted to see those stats. I want to see what my QB's passing numbers were. You know, my quarterback just threw for a measly 321 yards and 2 touchdowns, no picks. Yeah, it's just... It's like beating a dead horse at this point, but... You really, really, really don't want to simulate and see a high amount of rushing attempts. You will be losing almost every single one of those games unless you're blowing the computer out. That's... Again, it's a novelty concept, but every game we were, you know, actually passing the ball to our 95 plus overall receivers. We were blowing teams out of the water, and then in every sim game in which we weren't throwing the ball, we lost. I mean, we did technically win the Natty this year with the Tennessee playbook, but I don't know. I think Boise's is still better. I mean, I guess my running back did have 2,000 yards, and my backup running back had 20 rushing touchdowns. I don't know. We had 3,000 yards rushing. I also had 2 edge rushers get 20 sacks. That's insane. I don't know. I'm just probably hungry, tired, frustrated, a wee bit irritated. Either way, we got our national championship number 9, and I am only level 75. I am only 75, so... I believe I'm about to check very quickly, but I do believe is it our 20th season? Okay, yeah, so that is officially our 20th season, which means we got 9 more years to go. We got 9 more seasons, and my coach level is 75. So there is a 100% chance I am not reaching level 100 by the end of this rebuild, which is just fucking insane. So Our coach build is also slowly coming along. I'm about to get the rest of Elite Recruiter for the O-line, and then we can tackle it for the running backs and linebackers next. If for some reason I have any extra tokens, I'm going to go back and get the rest of this shit for Talent Developer, but I don't know if we will. But either way, I appreciate y'all. Much love. I got some food to go get and some comments to go respond to because my video got about 1,000 more views since my last time I sat down to look at it. I appreciate you guys. We are going to be in for a very, very, very long, both miserable and also fun CFB 27 season. So if you guys can, be sure to smash a like on video, hype up the videos when you can. Be sure to leave a comment. Let me know how you do or don't like streams, content. All that feedback is generally, liked. Join the Discord if you need me, have any dire questions. If I'm on, I will answer. If not, I will get to them when I can. Yeah, guys, I will see you when I see you. Deuces.